As a shy and weak student, he was bullied by his classmates and was forced to transfer to another school to start a new life for himself. Here, in the early days, at first he thought he would be able to study and be friendly with friends like what he dreamed of. But this new school was the place where he began to change himself. This school was formed, a place called the Six Gates Arena. Is led by a second-year student, his name is Jang Chong. He founded it with the hope that you can exchange strength and let go of your fatigue outside after a series of days in class. However, that is where strong students try to bully weak students, without having to fear anyone. Soou once again became the victim, opened the door to being bullied. And he was so depressed that he had to ask his teacher to drop out of school right after being subjected to a repeat of the same scene as his old school. But when he planned to drop out of school, then was advised by his seniors, and from then on, he gave up his intention of quitting school. And after being abused so many times that he could no longer control himself, he decided to change himself. He went to his seniors to found the Six Gates Arena, then sought out a master to study religion. Invite you all to watch Sou's efforts at this new school. Before entering, remember to give me a like and subscribe to the channel to support me. Love you forever. The opening scene is a scene of a car running fast, crossing the road next to the mountain hole. A young man is looking at his phone to play a game. Even though his father is scolding him in front, but he still doesn't put down the phone. His name is Soou. Even though he was playing a game, his face showed an indescribable sadness. Ran a long way. The mother saw that her son was still engrossed in typing on the phone and not bothering to answer. Father, so she turned down to remind her son, Soou, I was talking to him, at least he had to answer back. In front the father was still looking through the mirror watching him, my son. The shyness, and fear are thick in the young teenage boy. Although on the outside he sees the image of Soou attentively playing the game, inside he is actually thinking a lot. He remembered the image when he was bullied by his friends. They even put cigarette butts on his tongue. Even beat him severely, Soou whispered. Thinking, Dad must regret having a weak, pathetic son like me. At this moment, Sou's mother spoke up and said, if at the new school, other children also bully and beat him, just stop going to school, I want you to be able to live more comfortably. Soou glanced at his mother and the words she said silently blamed her, it was all a lie. She was the one who made everything, my family had to move, so I had to change schools. When I said I wanted to quit school, the car was still running fast. The game Soou played also lost. He sat down in boredom, desperately thinking, maybe I should die myself. The next day, the day Soou was transferred to a new school. He walked with heavy steps, as if he didn't want to go inside. He estimated that if there was an earthquake right now, it would be better, even if a North Korean invasion would be even better, but that was just a wish of a student who was bored with school. More specifically, the evil of school violence. Soou was led to his classroom by his homeroom teacher. Standing in front of everyone sitting below, he introduced himself to everyone. Hello, I'm Soou. I moved from Seoul. I've never been here before, nice to meet you. After the introduction, Soou wanted to make another wish. He wished time could stop. He wished nothing bad would happen next, and everything in front of him would be completely different. With all the thoughts in Sou's head, the homeroom teacher's applause rang out. Soou looked up in surprise and looked forward. Not only the homeroom teacher, but all his classmates. Everyone else welcomed his appearance. The conversations between classmates echoed below. Wow, after all, there are people from Seoul in our class, don't be so homely, idiot, nice to meet you. The atmosphere is completely different. This is also the first time Soou saw all his classmates happy when he appeared, which is something that has never happened in previous schools. For this student, recess time has also come. Two male students in the class approached the position where Soou was sitting and said, "Hey new student." Soou was startled and looked at the two of them. Two friends were putting their hands in their pockets, then looking slowly at Soou. That look made him remember the scene at his old school. That time, during recess, he was bullied by his old school friends. He prayed that things would not happen again like before. And something unexpected also happened to this new student, when the other friend put his hand on his shoulder and gave a friendly smile and said, "I'm Jin Do-il, you're still not used to everything here. Let's go to the convenience store with us, on the way. Let's go, we'll introduce the school to you. Soou hesitated in surprise. Okay. Outside with a clear blue sky and a warm climate. This is also the first time Soou went to a convenience store with someone else, as a friend. Suddenly Jin Do-il pointed at the blonde friend next to him and smiled and said to Soou, now what do you think? You've never seen eyebrows like this, right? His girlfriend wanted to break up with him probably because of this. He smiled shyly and replied, I think it has its own unique features. He did not expect that the first time he interacted with new friends, he would encounter this kind of awkward question. Then he looked up at the scene around the new school and thought, wondering what this school is like. On the other side, a group of 4 friends were laughing and joking together. Over here, too, those 3 friends were also extremely close. Looking at everyone having fun, Soou felt innocent and in love with life. Waiting again, he thought maybe he could have friends like that. He was so absorbed in new thoughts that he forgot to look ahead. At this time another friend walked by and entered the room. Soou bumped into that friend. Worse than that, the milk carton in his hand stained the other friend's shirt. He panicked, shouted sorry, I'll give him money to clean his clothes for his friend. But what made Soou from panic to surprise was that his friend gently placed his hand on his shoulder, then said it was okay. He even turned around and smiled. Friendly said, thank you for your suggestion. Soou was surprised and thought to himself, he is so kind. Then an irresistible joy appeared on his face from this new school. He had more hope when he could have a normal life here. When it was time for school to end, Soou pulled his backpack back and thought to himself, just came here today, the atmosphere here is completely different from my old school, everyone is warm and kind, I was worried for nothing. I'm so glad I transferred schools. Now Jin Do-il went to call Soou, making him startled. He asked Soou if he had anything to do today. When he knew Soou had nothing to do, he asked if he wanted to go anywhere with him. Soou didn't think much and immediately agreed. That night when the street was lit up, they both went to the place where Jin Do-il pointed out. As they walked, Soou thinking, it seems like we've been walking for a while, where are we going? Thinking in his heart, it's better to say it out loud, he immediately asked his friend, hey Do-il, where are we going? So, it seems like we've been walking for a long time. Do-il replied, I wanted to show you this place, as a new student you have to come here. Soou wondered why do newbies like me have to come? As he walked, Soou turned his head to look back at the road he had passed. Now he was going further and further away from the inner city, in Gil's heart. Soou was a little scared but had to accept it, because he trusted this new friend. In front of him, Do-il suddenly turned around and asked Soou, yes, have you ever played boxing or anything? Is it similar? Soou looked up at Do-il and hesitantly replied, boxing, never, but not really. Seeing that, Do-il smiled and continued, so you need to know a little about this subject, quickly. Come on, we're almost there. Soou looked ahead. At the position of Do-il's heavily scratched arm. He remembered his previous image when his friend threatened him with a knife. At that time, he cried a lot out of fear. Even though they weren't so cruel as to use that knife. But they crushed and trampled on him pitifully. The image of them being as cruel as demons was engraved deep into Soou's bones. Now he thought, could this new friend of Do-il do the same thing? Those bastards. At this moment Soou stood still, making Jin Do-il extremely surprised. He waved his hand and smiled shyly and said to Do-il, sorry but I think I have to go home, another time. But Do-il walked over and put his hand on Soou's shoulder. He smiled and said, we're actually almost there. Just need to come and take a look. Just a little bit, if you're busy, I guarantee you'll like it. The moon is almost at the top now. Soou silently cursed himself as he walked, letting him lead him away in helplessness. It was all fake. All that kindness, those warm smiles, in the end I was bullied again. Contrary to Soou's negative thoughts. When the door is opened, the bright light blinded him. Soou mustered up the courage to open one of his eyes. What caught his eye was a bustling scene that he had never imagined. A showdown with many people cheering in the auditorium. They were shouting loudly from all sides. The hands, smiles, and excited voices of everyone watching the match below. Two schoolboys are fighting each other in the ring like a professional boxer. Soou gasped in surprise, his eyes staring blankly forward. Do-il was surprised. Suddenly he slapped his hand on Soou's shoulder, dispelling his bewilderment. He smiled and said to Soou, he was very surprised, right? Soou looked over in surprise and asked what this was. Do-il hurriedly explained, this is our arena, the greatest privilege that our school students are allowed. Soou looked forward in surprise. Suddenly above a senior spoke up, hey kid, that call made Do-il look up excitedly. He was Jang Chong, Six Gates High School's president. He smiled and continued, who are you going with? Do-il was excited answered him, he just transferred to my class today. Soou looked up at the senior standing up there and thought to himself, he looks so scary, is he really a high school student? Right now my friend walking with Do-il the first time they met Soou said, hey Do-il, come here, we've been waiting forever, I'll make you regret saying bad things about my eyebrows. Do-il was excited and quickly walked up to the ring. Soou didn't know what to do when Do-il went up to the ring and left him behind. When suddenly a voice came out, nice to meet you, Gil. Soou was surprised then looked back. Hitting his face was senior Jang Chong, tall and muscular standing in front of him. He introduced himself as Jang Chong, president of the student council Gates 6 High School. Welcome you to our school. Soou was not very scared, instead there was surprise coming from him, because this senior was much bigger than him. Over here everyone was screaming and cheering, when his fighting performance Do-il and the blonde friend played. Neither of them gave in to the other, each of them threw strong punches at each other. Soou was surprised and thought, why are they fighting? I thought they were friends, but... To that surprise, the boy looked up at his senior and was extremely excited. Soou wondered who he really was. At Sou's gaze, Jang Chong crossed his arms and looked down and said angrily, this is the true face of our school. I don't know if you've noticed, but our school doesn't have bullies. However, we still have violence, it's just limited in this arena. Sou's eyes widened in surprise at what he said. Jang Chong opened his mouth and laughed loudly, white light emitting from his eyes. Then said, you must have experienced the bloody wind and rain at school, let's relieve those things here. A school where everyone is equal before violence. This is the Six Gates Arena, a place where you can compete with each other through light collisions. Speaking of this, Soou really focused on looking at the ring in unbelievable surprise. Mr. Jang Chong placed his hand on him and quickly explained further, I don't like complicated things, I won't say it twice, so listen carefully. Rule number 1, only 6 Gates students are allowed here. Students who have graduated or have been expelled are not allowed to enter. Rule number 2, all matches are one-on-one and without weapons. No matter what happens, no third person is allowed to interfere. Rule number 3, the student council will act as referees for the match, and they will be the ones who decide the end of every match. At this time a male friend came up and said, there you are, the voice said for Jang Chong and Soou looked at. In surprise, where did he go? New student. Soou remembered, this friend was the person he had picked up and poured the carton of milk on, then he smiled. Laughed before leaving. But now he spoke up to provoke him into the ring for a match, with the excuse of taking the laundry fee because he had soiled his shirt. Jang Chong saw that and quickly pushed Soou up, because this was a rare opportunity, when a new student had an opponent challenging him to fight in the arena. He looked down at Soou and smiled and said, rule number 4, all acts of violence outside the arena are prohibited. Any negative emotions you are feeling towards others will be resolved in the arena. That is the most important rule, don't be afraid, enjoy it. 5 minutes later in the ring, Soou looked down at everyone below excitedly cheering. He thought to himself, I enjoyed fighting, before usually I just get beaten, but... The referee's arm is raised to signal the start of the match. On the other side, Sou's opponent is a friend with a plump, toned body and is looking at him very confidently. Soou clenched his fist and silently said, 3 years of experience as a victim. The bully is telling me that I need to get out of here right away. Around the increasingly fierce shouting. Above the stands, 2 friends are talking to each other. The new transfer student it was said that he was extremely unlucky. Who would have thought that on the first day, Kong In-hai would have already hit the target? The boy next to him looked over in surprise and asked, Kong Inhai, is that guy famous? I guess he must be in his first year? With that question, the white-shirted boy looked down at Kong Inhai and replied, he's a beast. I heard he just entered school this year. Back to the match between Soou and Kong Inhai. When Inhai saw Soou standing on the defensive without actively attacking, he immediately spoke up and said, what's wrong? The new transfer student isn't planning on jumping in, since this is your first time, so I'll fight. You're crippled. The guy over here didn't actively attack because he was trembling in fear. Looking at the opponent in front of him, he whispered in his heart, I'm so scared, my body refuses to move. Why is it happening? Of course I have to fight him. I can't wait patiently anymore. Kong Inhai took the initiative to attack first. He jumped to the position where Soou was standing. Are you over here? Knew nothing to do but stand still, and his body kept shaking. His eyes and face suddenly changed strangely. Everyone who saw that scene was startled and surprised. Above the lights of the Six Gates Arena, everyone gasped in surprise at the situation they had never seen before. Everyone in the audience couldn't control their mouths. Including Kong Inhai, he also froze at what had just happened. Soou was so scared that he vomited all over his body. Kong Inhai gritted his teeth angrily and silently cursed, you bastard. The referee immediately stopped the match. Everyone was no longer surprised and laughed together at this shocking vomiting phase. I think this new student is really cool. While Kong Inhai asked his friend to get a towel, Soou put his face down to wipe what was left on his mouth, tears welling up in his eyes as he thought. How can someone like me, someone who has never fought back once in his life, be able to hit someone else? I can't do this. The next day at school, there were rumors everywhere about him vomiting in the arena. He humiliated Ly hid in the bathroom to avoid those rumors, but everywhere there were talks about him. He vomited yesterday. He gritted his teeth and bitterly whispered, I'm done. I thought this school was normal. But it's a cruel arena. Right now he remembered the words of his senior Jang Chong, don't be afraid, just enjoy the fun. But after remembering, he was immersed in fear. I can't do it. I can't even swing my hand and punch him. What's the point of having fun if you can do it? What happened yesterday will happen again today. But there is no school violence in school. If I don't go to the arena, I probably will. There was no need to fight anymore. Thinking clearly, Soou quickly went to find senior Jang Chong. Right now he was out of breath while practicing push-ups. He was doing extremely push-ups strong with two other boys sitting on him. This strength is hard to imagine for a high school student like him. The scene before his eyes made him extremely surprised. The drum pushed this as his 1000th. Soou was scared and sweating and thought to himself, is he really a high school student? After practice, Jang Chong stood up and wiped sweating. He looked at Soou and asked, what's wrong, transfer student, do you have something to tell me? You tried to regain your composure and then shyly said, I want to ask you if this is related to the arena. He smiled and replied to you, what's going on, you learned another skill. In addition to vomiting, at the same time, other friends around also raised their hands to greet him with taunts. Hey, vomiting boy, after what happened yesterday, I have become your fan, today. You will come again, right? Soou here bowed his head and replied to senior Jang Chong, it's not that. I want to say that from now on, I can't go to the arena anymore. This statement made everyone standing nearby surprised. Senior Jang Chong crossed his arms and wondered why he wasn't injured yesterday. Soou apologetically turned his face away. Another then answered, I don't have the confidence to hit someone. I don't want to hit anyone, and I don't find hitting people fun. I don't understand the whole thing. What is this arena? So from now on I can't participate. Faced with Sou's happy face, senior Jang Chong put his arms around his neck and said, what you just said. That means from now on, I can freely beat you and nothing else, right? Soou is wondering, what do you mean? Jang Chong coldly let go of his hand and walked past him and said in a low voice. As the student council president, I Jang Chong declare. From now on, the arena will no longer protect first-year student Lee Soou. After school ends that day. When his classmate returned home, Soou sat at his desk thinking about fighting to protect himself. What the heck? Suddenly, behind him there was a group of male students from another class. He walked to And before he could hit him, he vomited all over his body. He went to his class with 2 other guys. Looking at Soou, he smiled and said, "I heard that, transfer student, you won't come to the arena anymore." Finished speaking, he walked over and pressed the head of his dick hard on the table and said, "Then I will slowly teach you the meaning of that in this school. Actually, I need a slave, now you will be my slave," but before the violent acts of him towards Soou. His friends in class still calmly laughed and talked as if they didn't see anything happen. Even other friends outside were the same, they didn't care. Good idea to prevent him from being bullied inside class. Soou was continuously beaten by him. The punches to the face caused him extreme pain. Seeing Soou being beaten, these 3 students became even more excited. They also knew that he had been beaten to a pulp by other students at his old school, so that made them even more excited to beat him. Soou was over. At this moment he approached Sou's position and smiled and said, "Hey, come to my class right after recess." From that moment, Soou suddenly realized, the arena was protecting something. Not participating means being the only student the rest of the students have the right to bully. His hell begins once again after recess. The brutal beatings made Soou decide to quit school, with the reason that he was preparing for exams so he needed to focus on studying. And he did not dare to say anything about it. "I was bullied by other friends," he sadly thought to himself. "I did everything I could. I'm sorry mom, sorry dad, for being such a good-for-nothing son." That day, after school, Soou quietly left. On the way home, he complained that this school life was terrible, but now it's over, starting tomorrow, I will live a normal life. Going out of the school gate, Soou was waited outside by senior Jang Chong. He crossed his arms and softly asked Soou, "Why don't you fight? Tell me, what the hell is wrong with you?" He turned to I immediately saw the student council president Jang Chong. Put his head down and stammered, saying, "I'm sorry, a fighting fanatic like you probably can't understand my feelings. Actually, I was psychologically traumatized because of school violence. At the school I attended before, people bullied me a lot. And now I can't stand it anymore, I just want to give up, I did what I wanted to do." Can do and didn't finish his sentence. Jang Chong walked over and put his hand on the boy's shoulder. He glared down at him and said, "You're more pathetic than I thought." Soou looked up at him in surprise. A powerful voice exclaimed, "Who told you you had to fight? Like a professional, skills, you don't need such nonsense. If you don't have teeth then use gums, if you don't have strength then use courage, fighting is like that." Soou panicked, said confusedly, "The student council president, what are you suddenly saying?" He angrily grabbed your collar and gritted his teeth to answer, "But now you, even yourself, don't even want to protect." Soou clenched his teeth in fear and suddenly burst into tears thinking, "Why did he do this? Did I do something wrong?" Here, Jang Chong angrily and nervously said, "Do you think the world outside would it be rosy if you dropped out of school and went out there? No, you'll still be a loser for the rest of your life." Those words that afternoon, senior Jang Chong's words were deeply engraved in Sou's thoughts. He walked away while blaming, "What do you know? From then until now you have never been weak." "I don't know, I'm done with work, now I have to go home," but his bad day doesn't end here. As the group of friends who bully him every time it's time to play are waiting in front. They blocked his path and said, "Hey Soou, I heard that starting tomorrow you won't go to school anymore." Soou was surprised when it was Kong Inhe's group. I greeted him and said, "How could you drop out of school without telling us? I'm so sad. If you leave, who will be my punching bag? Tell me, since that bastard Jang Chong created the arena, I have never had a slave. Do you think everything will stop if you drop out of school? Follow me, you son of a bitch." And just like that they led him to a dead end. They continued to beat him to satisfy their hobby. He didn't know what to do other than using his hand to cover that part. He said silently in his heart, "I'm going to die, please stop." Behind Kong Inhe suddenly spoke up, "You should be happy Soou. If 6 Gates High School is duplicated by my brother, you will really die." After speaking, he took out his phone and said to his friends, "That's right, is that the address you sent me before?" So, the male in the group immediately replied, "Of course that's right, you know the quality of our information network." Kong Inhe looked at the phone with a sinister smile and said, "Well, our Soou is here. The house is so beautiful, Unit 1105, Building 604, Ju-Ah Apartments, Mangu City. Read the correct address, he was startled. Over here Kong In-hai smiled and continued. Next time we will come by play, since you don't go to the arena, let's meet often. Gil-soo angrily struggled and shouted, what are you guys doing? What are you planning on taking my home address for? Kong In-hai enjoyed looking at the new student who was protesting against his words. He took out his phone and saved pictures of Gil-soo being bullied by him. He also said he would send these pictures to everyone. Everyone watched together. Gil-soo thought in frustration, why did they do that to me? What did I do wrong? I thought everything was about to end. Hell, this pain. I thought I had escaped it. But what the hell happened? What can I do to get out of this hell? The question kept being asked. When Gil-soo was bullied time and time again, he didn't understand why he was always the one being bullied by his friends, no matter what school, or any other school. Where? At this moment he remembered the words of his senior Jang Chong, who said he had to fight like a pro, skills. He didn't need such a thing. Otherwise, if you have teeth, use water. If you don't have strength, use courage. Fighting is like that. But now you, even yourself, don't want to protect your words. That prompted the demon inside Gil-soo to break out. He gritted his teeth and struggled against the restraint of his friends. The boy screamed frantically, but the more Gil-soo struggled, the more Kong In-hai's excitement increased. He laughed happily and said, this loser screams really fun, hold him tighter, this is so much fun. The more they tightened their grip, the more the demon inside him broke out. One moment of inattention from the group, Gil-soo's strength caused Kong In-hai's phone to fly high. And he panicked, suddenly turned around to see his phone broken when it fell to the ground, because they were focusing on the phone. Gil-soo over here thought of the words of his senior Jang Chong, if he didn't have teeth then he would using water. Thinking about this, he immediately bit hard on Kong In-hai's hand that was squeezing his mouth. Kong In-hai was bitten in pain and screamed loudly. This damn guy, let it go. The more he yelled, the harder Gil-soo had to bite. Because if he didn't have strength, he had to use courage, but Kong In-hai wouldn't let Gil-soo bite him that easily. He used his other hand to hit Gil-soo's face so hard that he fell to the ground. He stood up trembling, while on the other side Kong In-hai was examining the hand that had just been hit. His bite hurt so much. Gil-soo gently wiped the blood from his mouth and said, what's wrong? It hurts a lot, right? Kong In-hai looked down at Gil-soo in surprise, for the first time he witnessed Gil-soo speak. Said these words. Gil-soo slowly stood up and said, if I die from now on, I will drag you to die with me, bastard. Kong In-hai frowned, smiled, looked at Gil-soo and said, look at that, even a mouse will turn around and bite when cornered, you're ready, right? As soon as Kong In-hai finished speaking, his two friends quickly ran back towards Gil-soo. The moment both of them approached his position, he immediately threw the prepared sand in his hand into their faces. He applied what his senior Jang Chong said, I don't need to look cool when fighting. I just need to do what I can do. Here, Kong In-hai was surprised to discover it appeared that Gil-soo was using sand to defend himself. He immediately pointed at Gil-soo and called his three friends in the group to chase them. Gil-soo immediately ran away without staying up to fight with them. Ran and whispered, am I crazy or something? Why'd I have to fight with you guys here right now? At the Six Gates Arena, bustling with cheers from the surrounding audience. And the fight between two opponents in the ring. The arena door suddenly opened. Student Council President Jang Chong looked at the door in surprise. Gil-soo immediately ran here and spoke up and told Senior Jang Chong that I wanted to participate in the arena. The entire auditorium looked in surprise at this new transfer student. Gil-soo gritted his teeth and emphasized once again to the group. Mr. Jang Chong, I will join the arena. At this time, Kong In-hai's group also rushed over. Jang Chong smiled when he saw this scene. He looked at Gil-soo and said, you more interesting than I thought. Now in the stands is the fight between Gil-soo and Kong In-hai. Once again the two are fighting each other, not knowing if this time he will vomit like last time no more. Below, the guy with the dragon tattoo on his arm crossed his arms and smiled and said, trash. I should be the one to beat that nerd, not Kong In-hai, because of that. This damn arena, he's the second in Kong In-hai's group. His name is Park Yeonho. The guy next to him took Park Yeonho's shoulder and reminded him, "Hey, watch your mouth, not here. It's not just us." After speaking, he and Park Yeonho looked at senior Jang Chong standing below with his arms crossed. Park Yeonho angrily faced him and said, "I know. We always have to be careful." Back in the arena, Soou is being punched in the face by Kang In-hai with an extremely strong punch. Next In-hai kneed him in the stomach. Then continued to punch him in the face a second time. Soou spat drops of blood from his mouth. Kang In-hai swung his fist and glared at Soou and said, I thought you could do nothing if you fought with me." After saying that, he threw another punch with even more power, and this punch also caused a weak Soou to be thrown towards the wall. Fight. Soou tried to sit up, but Kang In-hai wiped him away so quickly that he had no time to react. And another kick straight to the face made him spit blood a second time. Right after that, Kang In-hai went and grabbed Soou's collar and raised his voice to say, "What, do you regret it? Look, if you keep quiet and take the beating like that, you will die at some point." However, in response to Kang In-hai's threats, Soou still calmly glared at him, which made Kang In-hai feel extremely angry. And he slapped him hard in the boy's face and exclaiming, "You idiot, if you want to climb up, you have to know where you are. If you're a trash, then just live like a trash." What? I thought I looked like the main characters in the story. After a few slaps, Kang In-hai threw another kick. This time, just like last time, Soou was kicked away again. Everyone witnessed Kang In-hai beating Soou and started talking in horror. "Wow, it's true, Kang In-hai as rumored, that guy is dead. It sounds like a broken bone." Kang In-hai stretched and adjusted his joints. My hand and thought, am I too excited? That guy isn't dead yet. But at this moment Soou was still trying to stretch himself to stand up, making Kang In-hai look at him in surprise. He looked surprised. Sweat thinking, what the hell happened? He should have collapsed with that kick. Thinking about it, Kang In-hai put his hands in his pockets and looked down at Soou and said, "Don't try to act strong." "What? Be careful, I'll kill you." Soou sat up, wiped the blood and said in a low voice, "Kill me, is that all?" His eyes were now bright with excitement as he looked back. Kang In-hai immediately jumped out and hugged Kang In-hai strongly forward. In his head he thought, it's nothing compared to the pain I've had to endure until now. He successfully pushed Kang In-hai down to the ring. The people below saw that scene and immediately became more excited. Wow, this nerd also took action, suddenly angry. It was so funny. In the ring, after being thrown to the floor by Soou, Kang In-hai gritted his teeth and bitterly thought, I thought he gave up, he really caught me off guard. Right away, when Soou was about to throw a punch in response to Kang In-hai, the result was completely different than we imagined. The person who was punched was him, not In-hai. He looked at Soou and smiled smugly. Said, "Are you so slow that you punch me?" Soou gritted his teeth angrily and thought to himself, if you don't have strength, you have to use will. To Kang In-hai's surprise when he saw the strange expression of Soou, Soou used his head to hit him hard in the face. Blood spurted out of his nose and it also mixed with Soou's blood. After that response, the audience below became even more excited. They excitedly shouted all over the arena. Only there was one person who was seriously observing the match. That was the student council president Jang Chong. He observed the match and thought, even if there was adrenaline to reduce the pain, he must have suffered quite a bit. Many injuries, he really has some resilience. Right after Soou hit his head on Kang In-hai's face, he was punched in the face by Kang In-hai. And then a kick. His foot made his dick fly back. Soou fell down on the ring. Kang In-hai stood up and wiped the blood on his face, gritted his teeth and cursed, "You bastard, you want to die, right?" Soou took it. He stood up with his hands. His eyes lit up like a rising devil. He looked at Kang In-hai and said to himself, "What is that? Is that all they have? The gangs that I feared. Is this all they show in the arena?" Around him right now everyone is cheering and calling Soou's name. He sees as encouragement for his fighting spirit to become even stronger. He gritted his teeth and thought. Then decided to rush straight to Kang In-hai's position. No matter what happened, or no matter what, I have to defeat him. Why have I been afraid of these bastards all this time? Right when Soou jumped in and punched with all his might. Then a punch to the chest from Kang In-hai. Gil-soo was knocked out and fell down on the ring. Kang In-hai coldly said, "Sorry, but I won't lose the scene more sense." As a result, the winner belonged to Kang In-hai. Gil-soo fell and fainted right on the ring. Kang In-hai put his hands in his pockets and coldly walked down the stage. Everything ended that evening at the ring. Six Gates School. Gil-soo woke up from a match and wondered where he was. Did he faint? Even so, I did it. From the beginning I thought I wouldn't be able to. I won. All I did was rush forward and hope to hit that bastard. I did everything I could. But at that time, if I had been calmer at that time, then it wouldn't have ended that quickly. Or should I have aimed for his lower body like before? No, he definitely wouldn't have fallen unless he was caught off guard. If only I had been stronger, even just a little. He clenched his hands angrily, thinking about the scene where he lost to Kang In-hai on the ring. Suddenly, his senior Jang Chong appeared. Gil-soo sat up in panic and looked at him. Ta. Gil-soo looked around and asked Jang Chong, "Are you still staying here because of me?" He looked down at the new student and said, "Do you feel more alert now, as a member?" Student Council President, my responsibility is to treat an unconscious student. The arena is not a place to beat someone to death. But it is a place to protect students from being bullied, and you know that's only for today, right? From tomorrow, you're not allowed inside because you're not a student of Six Gates. Take care of yourself. Listen to me. After I finished speaking, Gil-soo sadly put his head down. He exclaimed in despair, "What should I do now?" Jang Chong looked back in surprise. Gil-soo stammered and said, "I won't give up. Please tell me what to do now. I want to become stronger." Look, the enthusiasm of a weak student. Jang Chong grinned in amusement. He replied irritably to Gil-soo, "Training the weak is also part of the responsibility of the student council president. Are you ready?" Gil-soo looked at him in surprise. Immediately he threw a fatal punch into the boy's stomach. The boy gasped in pain and screamed loudly. Jang Chong looked down at the new student who was holding his stomach and said, "How do you feel? It hurts like hell, right? But it's just the beginning. The arduous training period is still long. Come when you're done. You can easily face punches like this." Gil-soo gasped and held his stomach, looking up at him. The next day at school, Gil-soo walked hugging the position where Jang Chong punched you yesterday, feeling extreme pain as if a bone had been broken at that spot. You remembered Jang Chong's instructions before leaving: when you take a break, come find me. If you persevere like that, you will become stronger. You sadly thought to yourself, that alone will really make you stronger. Unexpectedly, his friend Jin Do-il called his name, so he immediately turned his head to look back. He looked at Gil-soo bewilderedly and said, "I thought you were going to give up." At this point he confidently told his friend Do-il that he had changed his mind. Do-il laughed happily. Said, "Is that true? It seems like you really like the arena." After speaking, Do-il ran to put his arm on Gil-soo's shoulder and the two laughed and talked happily together. Suddenly, Kang In-hai appeared in front of the gang. The happy smiles of both of them were now broken. They glared in surprise when they saw Gil-soo still appearing in the school. Kang In-hai looked at Gil-soo and said faintly, "The punching bag is back." In Gil-soo's eyes, this bastard was too strong, so he didn't answer him at all. Kang In-hai was able to do it again and provoked Gil-soo. He walked closer to Gil-soo then said, "Oh wow, I didn't expect you to come back. Do you want revenge? But you should know your fate better. Next time I might actually kill you." After saying that, the whole group coldly left. Jin Do-il looked at Gil-soo full of surprise. Because he was now clenching his teeth in anger, he couldn't do anything to Kang In-hai except Kang In-hai, accepting to be harassed by him again and again. He promised himself that he had to become stronger, so that he would never lose to bastards like him. That afternoon at school. Today is the first day Gil-soo is trained by Mr. Jang Chong. Gil-soo gets beaten up by his punches. He was very excited to train a weak student like Gil-soo, because his goal was to see the weak and shy students become stronger and stronger. He grabbed Gil-soo's collar and said, "Open your eyes, don't be afraid. Look straight at this fist. You can't fight until our training is over somewhere." In front of the fist powerful punch in front of him, Gil-soo's heart began to become more scared. He wondered what this training course was all about. Why did he have to be punched like that every day? This was like that. Continued for several days in a row every time Soou finished school. He and his senior Jang Chong met on the school's rooftop. Every day Soou was punched by him, until it hurt so much. But his bravery is increasingly improving. Every day is punched in different positions. He still endures being tortured, because this is his special training course. Because you are determined to become a strong person and not be bullied by those bastards. At the Six Gates Arena, Kong In-hai also goes to the ring every day. I'm always the one who wins against every opponent who fights with him. But after Soou hit his head that time, his cruelty becomes even more terrifying. Under the stands, two guys were talking to each other and saying bad things about Kong In-hai. Up above, he came down without even realizing it, engrossed in saying bad things. Kong In-hai walked around and exclaimed this, causing both of them to look at him in surprise. Kong In-hai glared at them and said, "If you guys are so confident, why don't you come up and fight with me?" Look at Kong In-hai's scary appearance. Both of you immediately apologized. Kong In-hai left bitterly. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn, what a bunch of idiots." Then Kong In-hai walked back to his gang and asked if have you seen Soou? They were surprised and said, "What's wrong with Soou? I haven't seen him wandering around here lately. I haven't seen him anywhere during break time either. I'm sure he won't come here either. Damn, isn't he refusing to compete?" Hearing what his friends said, Kong In-hai was a bit surprised. He widened his eyes in surprise. Then remembered what Jang Chong said, from today onwards, first-year Soou will no longer be protected by the arena. Kong In-hai smiled crookedly and told his friends, "I have an idea, this is great. Way to beat those pathetic guys." That night at the park, Soou was jogging to train himself more physically. He was running, he was short of breath due to fatigue. But he remembered the times he was punched by Jang Chong. The beatings were so painful that he had to stop eating. The pain he could endure was gone. What does the effort put into training matter? Soou wondered, can I really become stronger with this kind of training? That alone is not enough. I will become stronger, more agile, because that goal makes Soou run tirelessly. Suddenly a motorbike comes. The boy and the young man drove the car facing each other. The boy was able to dodge to the side, but was still hit by the young man. He turned the car around and looked at Soou and said, "What the hell, what's wrong?" Then he blamed Soou for grazing his beloved car. He parked the car. Then approached Soou, frowned and said, "Sorry, I think we have to let's discuss a bit. My beloved car was destroyed by you. It will probably cost 5 million to fix it. You have to pay me." Soou replied in a panic, "Where can I find the number? Such a big amount of money to give to you, and you were the one who touched me and..." Didn't say anything, so he grabbed the boy's head after he uttered those words, ready for him to throw a sudden punch to his face. Soou fell down. The whole group of them laughed and joked, "We saw it all. You jumped right into him, punching him in one shot. It's not far away, maybe even I can punch it away." Soou sat up silently without saying a word. He raised his head and exclaimed when he saw Soou not reacting at all, "What are you doing without listening to me? Answer me. You're a little surprised at yourself, as you weren't scared at all when he hit you." He punched again and cunningly said, "Hey, do you really think I'm asking you for 5 million? What I mean by that is that you have to pay all the money you have now and in the future, too." This idiot. At this moment, Soou suddenly realized that he himself had been beaten to a pulp by that monster all this time. Now this little bit is not worth it. He has the courage to return. Soou brushed his hands off of him, then gave him a punch in the face and said, "Why should I give money to people like you? I'm not afraid of them. You're not there anymore, you bastards." But his punch was nothing to him. On the contrary, he even kicked him in the face and it hurt like hell. Immediately his accomplices gathered around to control the boy. And he took out his iron bracelet to teach him a lesson. Looked at the toy he had just stuffed into his hand, made him turn pale in fear. He walked towards Soou's position and said with a smirk, "This guy has to take a beating to regain his composure. Then he will realize how helpless he is. Okay. Grit your teeth, your father is coming." Before his punch equipped with steel, Soou thought he would die this time. But a figure appeared and jumping to his position. He looked at the young man in surprise. And immediately a knee hit him right in the face. He fell to the ground in front of the surprise of his accomplices. And the boy gasped in surprise. Because that was his classmate, Jin Do-il, he felt surprised. Bin should help out, but he didn't expect it to be his friend Gil-soo. He smiled brightly and happily looked at Gil-soo. The other guy's accomplices saw their brothers being beaten. Annoyed, he grabbed his fist and rushed forward. Jin Do-il quickly dodged his attack. Then he responded with a powerful punch straight to the center of his face. And another person, he saw his two brothers being beaten, led him crazy, then grabbed a stick he picked up on the side of the road and bit it, rushing at Jin Do-il. But before he could do anything, he was punched again. From the bottom up, in this phase, only the move to fix my chin can make it look nice again. 3 guys were defeated immediately. Now only the girl remains, and she is panicking. Afraid to look at her brothers. She angrily grabbed her boyfriend's collar and told him to wake up, but when he woke up suddenly, while he was lying unconscious, Gil-soo saw Do-il for the first time. His fighting talent made his eyes shine. Until now he thought this guy was just an ordinary person, he didn't expect that he was strong. To such an extent. The girl was so upset that she grabbed her fist and ran back and said, "Hey, those 2 guys, do you know who we are? We are Jinsong's strongest first-year technical high school. If you let us tell the seniors, you'll be done for." But the moment she was about to hit Jin Do-il, her boyfriend told her to stop. He wiped the blood off his face, then frowned and said, "Don't mess with them anymore. Look at that guy's uniform. It's 6 Gates High School." His friend behind him also came up. I thought this trash guy was just a bit strange, but suddenly he bumped into the wrong person. Damn it. Let's go. If I knew he was a member of 6 Gates, I wouldn't have bumped into him. And finished talking. They went up. The car drove quickly away from this place. The 2 looked after. Gil-soo did not expect them to come and go so quickly. At this time Jin Do-il spoke up and asked him, "Hey Gil-soo, what's wrong? Why are you involved with those bastards?" He told his friend Do-il everything. And also told how he was specially trained by his senior Jang Chong to gain strength. Jin Do-il was extremely excited when Gil-soo was lucky enough to be personally trained by senior Jang Chong. But things are better now than before. When Gil-soo had the courage to rise up against them. But this courage is still not significant. Then Jin Do-il stood up and danced a few punches for Gil-soo to see and said, "If it were me, I wouldn't bother avoiding it but would have to punch it." His face as soon as he met them. "And by the way, Jang Chong trained you, it makes me really jealous. It's important for you, someone who refused the arena, to adapt to 6 Gates High School. That's a pretty special school." He remembered what the young motorcyclist said earlier when he saw the 6 Gates High School symbol. He got scared and pulled his companions away. Immediately when he heard that, he asked his friend Jin Do-il in surprise. It seemed like they ran away as soon as they knew he was a student of 6 Gates. Jin Do-il was not surprised. He smiled confidently and said, "Of course we have to run. Our school is quite famous in this neighborhood." He was surprised that the school he was studying at was famous here. Jin Do-il smiled lightly and told her, 6 Gates High School is a gathering place for those who can fight in the Jungnyung area. It is a school gang with a long history, like a green forest, where ordinary students will become victims of widespread school violence. Gil-soo shouted in surprise after hearing this. "What? 6 Gates are like that, but inside it's not like that anymore." Jin Do-il immediately explained, "It's all thanks to Senior Jang Chong. After conquering the illegal environment without these rules, he established the arena and laid down a few rules. 6 Gates High School now has solo battles in the arena and its own fighting rules, and has gradually become clean. Rather, it is the result of having another method to deal with senseless violence. But if the arena or Jang Chong disappears and following the rules becomes meaningless, who knows when this place will return to its previous form of hell. There are still some bastards who want the previous 6 Gates to return." Back to the 6 Gates arena, where the classmates are actively on the stage. At this time a guy was beaten face down and raised his hands to surrender. Park Yong-ho was so bored, because after only a few hits he had already won. The next opponent he wanted to target it was the 4-eyed boy under the bleachers. The fishy boy pointed at him when Park Yong-ho chose him. Park Yong-ho challenged the 4-eyed boy because he didn't like his eyes. This guy right from the beginning. He stubbornly told him, "You are planning not to go to the ring, that you really want to refuse my challenge in this arena." Above, several members of the group looked down at the sight of his brother Park Yong-ho excitedly challenging every opponent, making the whole group happy as well. Kang In-hai looked down and smiled and silently said, "You scoundrels, I'm wondering if they now know where they are." At the same time in the ring, Park Yong-ho is frantically throwing out deadly punches. Right hand punch. Right hand punch. The boy's left hand was punched and he raised his hand to surrender, but Park Yong-ho didn't want to stop. He threw another kick that made the boy collapse on the spot. After winning, he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips and said it was easy, after Park Yong-ho won. Below, Kang In-hai also took off his shirt and shouted loudly, "Now it's my turn." He coldly took the shirt, stepping onto the ring. Below the stands, the young man with a banged head said to his friend next to him, "Hey, Kang In-hai is here. I wonder who he is going to fight." The friend next to him replied, "I don't know anymore. Probably not first years like us." But above, Kang In-hai spoke up, "What are you doing?" making the boy with split bangs surprised. Kang In-hai pointed at he split his bangs, and the opponent that Kang In-hai chose was him. "Get out of here, you son of a bitch." The boy with split bangs pointed at him in panic. "What, me? We don't even know each other anymore." Kang In-hai walked down to his position and said, "Why do I need a reason? Seeing you makes my eyes itch. Isn't this the purpose of the arena?" Finished speaking, Kang In-hai grabbed his collar and threatened him. "Or do you want to refuse like that guy, Lee Gil-soo?" At this time the student council president appeared. He walked into the door with a solemn face and said, "What are you guys doing?" His face was full of cold iron. I looked at Kang In-hai with blatant eyes. "What kind of commotion are you guys?" Kang In-hai released his hands and smiled and said to Jang Chong, "I only asked for a fight, but looks like there's a bit of a misunderstanding here." After speaking, Kang In-hai looked at his senior Jang Chong with a serious face and said, "What, do you have a problem? I didn't violate any rules, right? This is also part of the previous plan of Kang In-hai's gang." One day, their group gathered together and discussed the problem of dealing with Gil-soo. Park Yong-ho asked Kang In-hai, "Did you find out how to intervene in the arena or something?" Kang In-hai laughed and replied, "No, that loser is only harming himself. That guy is the first person who doesn't dare to openly say no to the arena. As long as there are enough limbs, anyone, bully or bullied, can fight in the arena, where everyone must be equal before violence. That is the arena of Six Gates High School." They bragged about how great it was, but what if you look at it from the other side? You can see those who only like to watch others fight but never fight or think for themselves. A failure will always be a failure. The rest of the members listened and took turns speaking. "That's right, those guys never fought like the others, they hid behind the school's rules. And enjoy that comfortable time." Kang In-hai immediately replied, "But that idiot revealed himself to be transfer student Lee Gil-soo. What do you think will happen if you challenge a runaway? After those rules, they will think they have to fight at all costs, to avoid becoming Lee Gil-soo. Exactly, that damn arena is now our playground." And what Kang In-hai, he and his brothers did it without breaking any school rules. So now he is very confident and not afraid of Jang Chong's fierce face. As soon as Kang In-hai passed by Jang Chong, he immediately received a warning. "The best is that attitude. Yours is not meaningless." Kang In-hai smiled lightly and replied, "Sorry for causing this chaos. I will be careful next time, Jang Chong." The next day the sound of fighting was loud again on the rooftop. And just like every day, Gil-soo was like a punching bag for senior Jang Chong to throw punches at. The punches became stronger and stronger every day, making him feel like he was about to die. However, today he suddenly jumped on his feet to strike, then raised his hands to block Jang Chong's attack, surprising him. He trembled and thought, "It's okay, I'm not as scared anymore." Like before. Jang Chong looked down at Gil-soo with interest and said, "So it looks like you know how to use your fists. The most surprising thing is this time." Gil-soo suddenly threw a punch. Returned Jang Chong, but he quickly dodged it. As soon as he threw that punch, Gil-soo thought to himself, "In the end, if I want to win, I have to beat him." Gil-soo's punches were insignificant. As soon as he hit him, a hi-ha sound came out of his mouth. Jang Chong easily dodged those simple punches. And then he responded back. A punch right into Gil-soo's stomach. And at the same time he told Gil-soo to keep his mouth shut, don't make those strange sounds when attacking. He looked like a loser. Gil-soo gasped for air and his mouth was dirty. Drops of drool silently thought, he hit me harder than usual. Suddenly Senior Jang Chong spoke up and taught Gil-soo 2 things. If you master these 2 things you can win anyone. Which battle was talking about? Jang Chong immediately took Gil-soo to the entertainment club that had been abandoned for a long time, where spider veins were all over the corner. Gil-soo asked him in surprise. Why are we here? Jang Chong didn't answer, he told him to go inside. Gil-soo opened the door. In front of him was a training doll of gladiators. This punching machine can know the strength of each fighter when punching it, and it is announced through the number of points recorded after each punch. At this time, Jang Chong posed to instruct Gil-soo, holding his fists up to his chin and retracting his chin. Spread your legs with your shoulders and gently move. Punch one gently with your front hand, with the second one putting the weight on it, spinning pink. And then launching a final blow to knock out the opponent. However, the score that Jang Chong scored was only 1 point, but the sound of Gil-soo was as loud as a gunshot. The girl and boy gasped in horror at the tremendous force of the attack just now. Now it was his turn to test his strength. He did exactly as Jang Chong instructed, punched gently, then he focused on and launched the finishing blow. He was confident with his last punch. But looking at the score, nothing changed. Jang Chong showing that, he threw a second punch and said, that weak punch is no good, this thing has been broken for a long time, it won't work if it's not strong enough, he needs to punch harder, till the machine records it as a punch, only then can it cause damage to the opponent. Find the correct position yourself and don't contact me until you reach that point. Jang Chong laughed arrogantly. He pointed at the screen when his punching power just reached 9,999 points. At school, his friend with thick eyebrows was reading a sad message when his lover broke up with him. He scratched his head wonderingly, clearly yesterday was fine but today it's like that. He was so worried about his phone that he bumped into Park Yeonho, even though he apologized, but Park Yeonho didn't want to let it go. So he pushed his foot, causing him to lose his momentum and fall. Because of that, the phone also fell down and broke the screen. When he saw this scene, he burst into laughter. The boy frowned angrily and said, "Did you do it on purpose?" But Park Yeonho coldly replied, "I was just unintentional." What kind of expression is that? If there is any problem, go to the ring and say it. He was scared and silent, not daring to say another word, because when he went into the ring, he was beaten to a pulp. He shook his head to say no, then took all the blame on himself. Park Yeonho heard that and smiled arrogantly in joy. You guys, the friends standing around, heard that and could only stand and watch unconsciously. Park Yeonho turned around and smiled mischievously and said, "In case there is any misunderstanding, this is not school violence, I'm just here. Love bumps into you, be careful next time." The scene of Park Yeonho bullying the guy with thick eyebrows was also seen by Jin Do-il. He ran over to help his friend and said, "Hey, what's wrong with that bastard? Did he do it on purpose? We should report it to the student council." But at this time the guy with thick eyebrows said, "Leave it alone, it's not a big deal." Jin Do-il looked at his friend in surprise. And Kong In-hae's group proudly walked away. Jin Do-il looked at them with eyes full of hatred. I will avenge this revenge on my friend. At mealtime at the cafeteria, Gil-soo was thinking while eating spoonfuls of rice. I punched the machine during break time. How much will I eat? I'm still hungry. I've punched hundreds of times but the score is still the same. How much harder do I have to punch? Suddenly a voice came out. Watch out. Gil-soo looked back in surprise. Park Yeonho laughed and said sorry to the boy, while he rudely placed the rice tray on the boy's head. He laughed funny and said, "It's Gil-soo, sorry, my fault. I don't usually see you here. Where do you disappear every break time? I miss you so much, you bastard." After saying that, he even deliberately slapped his back with a painful slap. And followed by a few consecutive slaps on his back. "It's good to see you again. You feel the same way, right?" Gil-soo, his despicable eyes and smile when doing these actions. And why he did such things, it was not long ago. The group of them met at a private corner of the school. They felt excited about bullying the bushy-browed boy earlier. And the next plan that Kong Inhai came up with was to provoke Gil-soo, then pull him and fight him to make a sack to cut him. We have to make sure he knows the consequences when he touches us. Park Yong-ho crossed his arms and confidently told his friend Kong Inhai, I will take care of the matter. Hey, you don't have to get involved in pulling that bug out, you'll do it anyway. Trust me, that statement from Park Yong-ho is also the action he intentionally played dirty with Gil-soo. But now Gil-soo courageously grabbed his wrist, making him extremely surprised. However, with Gil-soo's ability, he knew clearly that it was nothing to him. He glared at Gil-soo then said, Hey our beloved Gil-soo, now you know how to fight back, you look cuter when you're angry. Even though you had the courage to fight back against him, but with your appearance and eyes that scary thing made him extremely scared. He gritted his teeth not knowing what to do next. He remembered the previous advice of his senior Jang Chong. He was banned from entering the arena until when he finished training. He thought to himself, the older brother said I couldn't do it, but things have come to this, I have no choice, I have trained hard, so, Gil-soo said while holding the table tightly. Hand to suppress the anger in. At the same time Jin Do-il suddenly appeared. He pretended to fall and knocked the tray of rice forward. And that tray of rice also accidentally knocked it all over. In Park Yong-ho's face, Jin Do-il calmly said, People often say that you should avoid eating. You should know your limits, you dog. Park Yong-ho covered his face with his hands and shouted who the fuck just did that. When he found out it was Jin Do-il, he became even more enthusiastic. He screamed again, Are you crazy? Do you want to die? But first when Park Yong-ho was angry, Jin Do-il calmly faced him and said, I'm sorry, but this is not school violence, I just slipped my hand. Park Yong-ho gritted his teeth and cursed bitterly, You son of a bitch. Died. Right after that Jin Do-il got close to Park Yong-ho's face and glared at him saying, Anyway I want to fight you. Luckily, come to the arena today, I will teach you kind. 10 minutes later, Jin Do-il washed his very dirty shirt. Gil-soo surprisingly approached his friend and apologetically whispered, Hey Do-il, sorry, because of me. Do-il smiled at him and replied, Ha ha, what are you saying, I didn't do that for you. Even though it looked like he was aiming at you, I didn't intending to fight for you. I've always wanted to teach Kong in his group for a long time. I'm so sick of their tricks in the arena. You probably don't know because you haven't been here for a long time. Those bastards took weak people to the floor and tortured them in the arena. They said they had strange negative emotions inside and then kicked and punched them. When they were scared, they took your story from refused to participate in the arena and said, I don't have a chance to fight them, so this is a good thing. I can't stand by and watch the arena go crazy like this. Gil-soo immediately wondered, asked, Why do you want to protect the arena? You are so strong, I don't think it matters whether the arena exists or not, do you have your own reasons? After seeing Gil-soo wondering, Jin Do-il now told him about his past. Do-il used to have a dark period like Gil-soo. He was a fat guy and was also bullied by his friends. Just like him. At that time he couldn't do anything but endure. Do-il cried a lot because he didn't dare to confront them. Even when they held bottle of urine poured into his throat, that hell was so dark for Do-il. He thought it was better to die than to be bullied like that. But then one day, there was the man who saved him from this dark hell. That night was also the best night for him. Do-il thanked that man. Afterwards he was given a piece of paper by a man, and that same piece of paper changed Jin Do-il's life. Do you want to practice diet boxing? Holding the piece of paper in Jin Do-il's hand, it turned out that the man was the owner of a nearby boxing gym. After that, he tried to learn boxing for the first time with the owner of this gym. Every day he had to spend a lot of calories and energy for exercise. Thanks to his determination and relentless perseverance, Do-il became a fanatic of this sport. From then on every day Jin Do-il had to practice. To the point that he, a fat guy, has now dramatically transformed himself. After succeeding in gaining strength, Do-il went to those who used to bully him and taught them a lesson. They start to feel scared every time Do-il appears. Because now no one is his opponent. Even though those bastards act like gangsters, they are nothing when facing them. Facing me. Jang Chong's boss rule is a bit excessive, but I really like the fact that I can fight with my own strength without being held back by the fear of being beaten. That's why I want to preserve it, just wait and see how I beat that bastard Park Yeon-ho. At the Six Gates Arena. At this time the shouting and screaming are very exciting, because today is the championship match. Along with the drama between Park Yeon-ho and Jin Do-il, the two looked at each other with deep eyes. Park Yeon-ho confidently smiled and said, I don't know where you got the courage to declare war on me, but I will give it to you. You see, it was your stupid decision. But Do-il was not afraid at all. He smiled handsomely and replied, Are you planning on fighting? Stop talking nonsense, fight. Park Yeon-ho said sharply, You're so impatient. Below, Soou focused on watching the match. He silently wished Do-il luck to defeat Park Yeon-ho. At this time the referee gave the signal the match officially started. The two people got ready to attack the other. Park Yeon-ho took the initiative to gain momentum. He quickly threw his fist first, but Do-il dodged his attack. Park Yeon-ho was surprised to see Do-il dodge his first attack. But his next punches were still easily dodged by Do-il. Even at this moment he punched Park Yeon-ho straight in the face. The audience below looked up in surprise. For the first time they saw Jin Do-il's incredibly fast reaction speed. Park Yeon-ho was also startled when he saw his opponent's agility. Looking at Jin Do-il's defensive posture, he immediately knew it was boxing. Suddenly Jin Do-il took the initiative to attack. He kicked his legs and rushed towards Park Yeon-ho, punching quickly. Although agile, Park Yeon-ho was not a weak opponent. He also fell back to avoid Do-il's attacks. After those punches, Park Yeon-ho suddenly realized that Do-il's attacks were agile but with extremely weak punching power. He punched Do-il back and raised his voice to affirm that I am stronger than you. Right as he ducked to avoid Jin Do's punch, but Do-il's recent punch was a fake move. Park Yeon-ho was surprised when the fist was currently in front of him. He didn't have time to react because he was too subjective towards his opponent. Defense. So he has to receive a punch in the face right now. Jin Do-il smiled when he successfully fooled Park Yeon-ho. And Park Yeon-ho was bitter when he was lured so easily. Below the stands, Soou gasped in surprise at his friend Do-il's beautiful performance. The audience was even more excited when they saw Park Yeon-ho being hit. Soou smiled happily and thought to himself, he's so strong, it's so great, Park Yeon-ho can't even fight him once. Behind Soou, there are two commentators talking to each other. Hey, Jin Do-il has always been this strong. Park Yeon-ho's winning streak is about to be broken. Ha ha, it will be interesting. To return to the ring, after being defeated by Jin Do-il punched him in the face. Park Yeon-ho angrily threw his fists at him. But every attack was quickly dodged by Jin Do-il. He gritted his teeth and whispered bitterly. Damn, why can't I get a single hit? Over here. Jin Do-il dodged Park Yeon-ho's attack, then he immediately counterattacked. And just like that, he dodged Park Yeon-ho's attack. Then he let him suffer one of his blows. The final punch was extremely powerful, causing Park Yeon-ho to fall backwards. Park Yeon-ho stood up shaking. Jin Do-il confidently squeezed his hand and said, Is that all you can do after so much chatter? You're so weak and yet you're still causing trouble with other people. Don't mess up this arena anymore. Go away, Park Yeon-ho gasped after continuously receiving Jin Do-il's attacks. Suddenly his eyes glanced up at the stage, where Kang In-hai was standing and looked down. Kang In-hai was glaring at Park Yeon-ho fighting from the beginning of the match until now. It was those eyes made Park Yeon-ho had to unleash his ultimate move. He smiled and silently said, Don't worry, I won't lose. He stood up and said in a low voice, Okay. I admit that you are better at boxing than me. From now on I will fight properly. Park Yeon-ho withdrew his foot to prepare to introduce a new martial art. Jin Do-il saw it and was surprised. Because when Park Yeon-ho took out his rattan martial arts to fight him. Come here you dog, I'll show you what seriousness is. Jin Do-il saw the pose while Park Yeon-ho was creating. He immediately thought that he would use his legs to kick. But with Jin Do-il's bold thinking, he also rushed forward and said that, I can kick too. But Do-il's attack had no effect on Park Yeon-ho. Do-il was startled when he saw that Park Yeon-ho's leg was harder than he thought, as if he just kicked a sturdy stone pillar, gaining the upper hand. Park Yeon-ho continuously attacked Do-il, while Do-il jumped back. Park Yonho then confidently jumped towards him. And then he launched his crazy kick. Jin Do-il discovered what Park Yonho would do next. But the kick was too strong and he couldn't stop it. Jin Do-il fell backwards. He helped himself sit up and his whole body trembled and cursed, "Damn it. What's wrong? Why is it so strong? Like this, even after blocking that kick, it still hurts like this." Without waiting for Do-il to stand up to defend, Park Yonho frantically rushed forward and kicked Jin Do-il. This kick broke his bones. Do-il's arm joint felt like it was about to break. Soou exclaimed in panic and called Do-il's name. On the ring, Jin Do-il was hit by Park Yonho's attack and was flying backwards as if he had just hit a container truck. Park Yonho smiled proudly and said, "What are you doing? Come in here like before, are you scared?" Jin Do-il gritted his teeth and thought angrily, "That gentleman. Why is the kick so strong, different from his punches? Why should he kick again? This time if he gets hit, it will be dangerous." Park Yonho rushed forward, waving his fist arrogantly and said, "Now it's my turn to attack." Jin Do-il's mind kept thinking about Park Yonho's kicks, but he forgot about the punches that Park Yonho created. So now he helplessly raised his hand to block the attack while Park Yonho continued to attack him. Seeing Jin Do-il's loophole, Park Yonho took advantage of his leg attack, then kicked Do-il's leg very hard. Do-il was hit so painfully that he lost momentum and fell to his knees. His legs had no strength left and he couldn't stand up. Park Yonho didn't want to stop. He was about to launch a kick that would end Jin's life. Do-il. But right at the moment his foot almost touched Do-il's face. The referee jumped out to save him. Jin Do-il closed his eyes and endured the battle. He didn't know he had escaped. The referee stopped Park Yonho's kick right at the most dangerous moment. The opponent lost the ability to fight. Continuing to attack will result in a loss, my friend. This referee is the class president of grade 12. His name is Hyo Junhang. Park Yonho walked down to the ring, confidently clicked his tongue and looked at the audience below, saying that he had just started but was blocked. After all, it had been a long time since there had been such a good match. Maybe that's why the kids who rarely come have appeared again, right? As he said that, he looked at Soou. And his smile and words at that moment were engraved in his mind, of the shy student Soou. After the fistfight, Jin Do-il was guided away by Soou. For Jin Do-il, there is no pain right now like the pain of losing. After he lost, the bullies in the ring became even more overbearing. Soou wondered and turned to ask Do-il, "At first you were clearly dominating, just because of a kick. Lost his advantage." Do-il remembered Park Yonho's kick and replied, "His kick was much stronger than he thought, strangely strong in a suspicious way." Do-il didn't know the kick that Park what the hell did Yonho use? He only knew that when he collided with it, it was as hard as a steel pillar. Finally arriving at Do-il's house, Do-il invited him in drinking water at home, but he refused. And immediately after that he quickly said goodbye to Do-il and returned to his work. Jin Do-il was bewildered, not knowing what Soou intended to do. What to do anymore? I just saw his figure rushing forward. The next day, in Kang In-hae's class, he was given extremely beautiful shoes by other classmates. This is the gift that other students give when they join their group. Kang In-hae took it and coldly said, "I value strength more than sincerity. But having it is still much better. I hope we can cooperate well in the future." Park Yonho is now at leisure. Asked Kang In-hae lightly, "It seems like Soou didn't come to school today." Kang In-hae quickly stood up and walked to Park Yonho and said, "You came, but why did you mention Soou?" Park Yonho was surprised, asked, "Isn't now the time to deal with him?" Kang In-hae smiled and replied, "No, thanks to you, the situation has changed." Park Yonho was surprised and didn't know what his friend was saying. Only saw that his feet were wearing fancy shoes. Then Kang In-hae slowly explained to Park Yonho, "His defeat of Jin Do-il proved our strength. Guys, if you dare to look down on us, we will definitely have to be careful. Now, touching a weak person like Soou will only make us lose face." The sharp-haired boy suddenly asked, "So now we have to, what should I do? Or should I go to the arena and hand out flyers to recruit team members?" Kang In-hae smiled widely and replied, "No, the plan to take over Block 10 has been completed. We have to move on to the next step. And the next step? According to what Kong In-hai said, it was interacting with the 11th grade seniors. His name is Sun Soou. He was bewildered when he saw the appearance of Kong In-hai's group here. At this time Kong In-hai spoke softly to senior Sun Soou said, "Seniors, we wanted to meet you so we came here." He smiled coldly and replied, "I don't have time to talk to the 10th grade kids, you guys." The little brat was still scratching his nose. In front of Sun Soou's harsh words, Kong In-hai still calmly used sweet words to convince him, in the eyes of the seniors, we were just small fry. Because the seniors are legendary members of my brother's generation. Sun Soou was a bit surprised to know that Kong In-hai's older brother was. But here Kong In-hai doesn't know the shortcuts and is arrogant, to put it bluntly. The seniors were kicked away by Jang Chong and now have to hide like an old man whose time has passed. Sun Soou angrily grabbed Kong In-hai's neck and shouted, "What did you say, brat? Do you want to die?" In response to senior Sun Soou's threatening action, Kong In-hai remained calm and replied that it was a pity for the seniors. At that time the seniors had to fight in isolation. But now it's different, the situation is different. Changed. Sun Soou was surprised and didn't know what Kong In-hai's intention was. At the same time, on the rooftop, referee Hyo Junheng discussed with Jang Chong that this arena, it needs to be rectified. If we let them take advantage of loopholes in the rules, this whole arena will be turned upside down. This is no longer a child's game of fighting with 10th graders. Moreover, that guy is Kong Han-hei's younger brother, you know. Jang Chong slowly absorbed the information and thought. And then he replied to Hyo Junheng that, even if he takes advantage, the law is still the same. Rules? Hyo Junheng exclaimed in surprise. What do you mean, just leave it like that? Even if I come forward to solve it, will this arena still be the same as before? Hyo Junheng is bored of being quiet silent, not knowing what to say next. Suddenly Jang Chong's phone rang. He took it out to look and discovered it was Gil Soou calling. He went to the place where he took him. Gil Soou came here to practice. Walked in the door, Jang Chong loudly said, "I told you, don't contact before you get the score," I said. "Now you're definitely discouraged to give up." But what happened in front of him shocked Jang Chong. Gil Soou was sitting in front of the punching machine and the score he had achieved was 9,999 points. Jang Chong was startled when he saw it. That score. He couldn't believe that in just a short time he had achieved this score. Now Gil Soou smiled and told the student council president of the Six Gates Arena, "Now, please tell me what the next part of this training is. Part 1 is over. Please look forward to the next part. What will young Gil Soou do after achieving this? Get the maximum score for these boxers." In the previous part, Gil Soou scored the maximum score of 9,999 points at the punching machine, which was also what surprised senior Jang Chong. But why was he motivated to train so quickly? This is what made him go crazy practicing. After saying goodbye to his friend Jin Do-il and seeing the scene of his friend being beaten to a pulp on the ring, he quickly ran away. Hurry back to your punching gym to practice as quickly as possible. Only then will you have a chance to avenge yourself. Jin Do-il and everyone who was bullied by them on the floor. Gil Soou angrily clenched his teeth and felt extremely bitter. He remembered the arrogant, proud face of that bitch Park Yeon-ho when he won in the ring. He didn't want to see him. Always trying to bully others after every victory. He ran while holding in his mind the thought that he had to quickly get stronger. That's why when he went to the practice room, Gil Soou didn't stop throwing punches at the gym. Punches for his resentment and hatred. He wanted to take down all the Kong In-hai and Park Yeon-ho people with his own hands, so he immersed himself in the punches. Punches and thoughts make him more and more passionate. A white-knuckled guy like me can only rely on effort, even if the punches are weak, but if thrown hundreds of thousands of times. At this moment, his score had increased by 1 point after a few punches due to his determination. He remembered the image of his senior Jang Chong, who had instructed him before, and his words. That is, it must be at least strong enough for this body to react, to be able to cause damage to the opponent. Find your own attack position. According to Mr. Jang Chong's words, so the first thing to do is to find your own attack position. His priority now is to create a solid standing posture. Only then can he create stronger and more powerful punches. Moreover, Gil Soou lacks both weight and strength, making it difficult for him to open up. Having a bit more legs than his senior Jang Chong is the best thing for him. Because then he can put more force into his fist, now that he has a standing position. Solid, the rest he just needed to put more force into his fist. He calculated for a while and then came up with a way to create a strong punch, which was to swing his hand as wide as he could swing a golf club. And so the first punch after his brainstorming and calculations was thrown. Soou's enthusiasm was rewarded when his score increased to 003 points, but that was not enough. It's nothing compared to what he wants to achieve. Inside the entertainment area when bright lights shine through the window, and the sound of punches is loud inside. Soou punched wildly and his score was now up to 20 points. The next punches gradually became more familiar. He just needed to increase his punching power to be able to achieve it. His score was now increased to 134. He did not stop trying, no stop being determined, and more specifically don't stop. The score has responded to his efforts as it has now skyrocketed rapidly through the screen we see. The score has reached 4,428 points. And on the punching machine is currently 5,651 points. On his hands are scratched and stained with blood from punching too many times on the training machine. That's right, when people want to succeed something that has to trade at least or a lot of pain on the body. And finally, the special thing we saw at the end of the previous episode was his score of 9,999 points. Achieved that score, and he immediately called Senior Jang Chong to learn the next step. When he witnessed the score that the new student achieved, even he could not expect it to come so quickly. So, along with the excited expression of this new student, Senior Jang Chong was also excited because the new student's efforts were so fast that they exceeded his imagination. At this time, Soou stood up and said in a low voice to the high school student council president, "Because I needed to be faster, there was no time to waste in a place like this." Seeing Soou's spirit and enthusiasm, Senior Jang Chong also enthusiastically replied, "Good, we will move on to the next exercise, but you must be mentally prepared. This exercise will be much different from the previous exercises." After he finished speaking, what made him panic was that Soou was exhausted. Now he had no more strength. He put his face down and leaned against his body, breathing in rapid breaths. But that's right, because this senior knows clearly that, once he has trained to this level, recovery is also part of the training process. The next night, at Arena 6 Gates, right on the ring, Park Yong-ho looked down at the stands and said contemptuously, "What, is there only this little? Seems to be only half of what it usually is. Are they afraid now? So what?" Suddenly, behind Park Yong-ho, there was a powerful voice exclaiming, "Scared? Who's scared? It seems like we have to re-educate those cheeky 10th graders." This is a second-year student on the disciplinary team. His name is Choi Sok-won. Park Yong-ho turned his head to look back. He was surprised and thought to himself, "What, is the team disciplined?" Choi Sok-won stepped onto the ring. He clenched his fists and went up. Face said, "Since the first time I met you, I was annoyed by the dragon head on your arm. So, is that reason enough for us to fight? Up until now, luck has always caused trouble for such nonsense reasons." Park Yong-ho was scared and stammered out, "About that." Behind him was the referee Hyo Junhang of the arena, who was the focus of the bright spot. Hyo Junhang looked at the scene, imagined two people in the ring thinking to themselves, "I can't turn a blind eye anymore. Can I eat a piece of meat?" Suddenly, the door suddenly opened outside. Another force began to advance. Inside the 6 Gates arena, another student, as soon as he entered the door, exuded aggression and said, "Why is the atmosphere so tense? I heard that the arena is very busy these days, so I just came to have some fun, but the 11th grader is fighting with the 10th grader. What's so funny? Or should I dance to make the atmosphere happier?" Sun Sokwu and his juniors. After listening to Kong In-hae's instigation, he is now here. Hyo Junhang saw that and quickly walked out and said, "Hey Sun Sokwu, what are you doing here?" Sun Sokwu smiled irritably and replied to Hyo Junhang, "I came to the ring to fight, that's why. I'm also a student at 6 Gates High School." Hyo Junhang frowned and gritted his teeth to face his answer. "Don't talk nonsense. After that, do you still dare to show your face to the first floor?" Sun Sokwu bared his teeth, frowned, looked down and said, "Come on, forget the past. Let's have fun." Class representative Hyo At this time, Kong In-hai behind him began to appear and spoke up. That's right, senior, why are you so harsh? Hyo Junheng was a bit surprised that Kong In-hai was with this group of people. Kong In-hai continued his words to Hyo Junheng. The number of people coming to the ring is also decreasing. Adding new people is even more fun, right senior? Hyo Junheng angrily glared at Kong In-hai. Right now, Kong In-hai has a force backing him up, so he's not scared at all. This senior Hyo Junheng, he even replied without hesitation. What's wrong, are you scared? While the Six Gates School was in utter chaos, senior Jang Chong led Gil Soou to a place to complete the next mission on the way to becoming stronger. He whispered in surprise as he walked. Why would you choose such a dark place to practice? It's as gloomy as a cemetery, surely there will be ghosts appearing. Suddenly behind senior Jang Chong exclaimed, I found it. Making the boy who was afraid of ghosts suddenly startled. The boy turned around and asked him blankly, what is this assignment? Jang Chong crossed his arms and asked Gil Soou in a low voice, have you heard about is there a history of Six Gates High School? Gil Soou replied, why? He continued, in the past high schools in the Jungneung area had fought to compete for the position of the strongest school, and Six Gates High School was the absolute winner in that war. After Six Gates dominated the area, the remaining schools were forced to retreat to their own territories. Gil Soou was surprised. What does this story have to do with anything? As for today's exercise, where you are standing is the territory of Jinsong Technical High School. Currently, the schools are no longer fighting, but invading another school's territory is still considered an act. Blatant provocation. After hearing that, he panicked and exclaimed, what? As soon as Jang Chong's words ended, he slammed the door shut. Then he locked the door and said, the back gate on the other side is still open, try to escape with your own strength. There is no better lesson than reality, kid. It was like lightning struck your ears. The first time you were a toddler you got the maximum score, and now you have to fight face to face in real life like this. He was very scared and shouted, Senior, what the hell are you doing? He was scared and gritted his teeth bitterly, looking back. Suddenly there was a group of people. The last time he collided with his motorbike, he appeared and said, who dares to make noise on our territory? At this moment, he suddenly realized that it was the group of people who collided with him last time. Boy at the park. They got out of the car and looked surprised and said, wow, who is this? Six Gates High School nerd. At this moment Gil Soou remembered the last scene when the girl ran away in anger and challenged her. We are 10th graders at Jinsong Technical High School. You bastards. Gil Soou suddenly thought it's over, this time it's over. The four of them surrounded him. He then shouted and said, you know things are different now, it's so nice to see you here again. You dare to rush in here alone, you're going to die today, you motherfucker. At this moment, he went to Gil Sou's position and grabbed his head, saying, what is it, are you scared, you idiot? Why are you standing still like a statue like that? But it all made him stunned and surprised. Of course it's you mumbling something. Hey, you're mumbling something, if you want to say something, say it out loud, before I punch you in the face. Over here Gil Soou is remembering the song learned during his training sessions. He was muttering, his two fists raised to chin level, chin tucked. His legs shoulder-width apart, light steps were fine, punching straight with his front hand and pressing body weight into the hook punch. After checking the cards, he immediately punched him in the face. But that was just a test punch, because this next punch is the punch fatal that he performed after a week of hard training. It was so fast that he didn't have time to react, only his surprised eyes could be seen. And then the boy's punch with all his internal strength hit him in the face. Was his accomplice? They gasped in surprise at that scene. Perhaps they didn't expect this punch to be so powerful, that the change in this kid was so terrible after only meeting them for the second time. Gil Soou successfully recreated his punch. From practicing on the punching machine, he was now able to defeat his opponent easily. He exclaimed excitedly and confidently, good, finally understood. Then what? Scene change at the Six Gates Arena. Choi Sok-won is also miserable when he was choked by Sun Sok-woo, and before that he was punched to a pulp. Choi Sok-won asked to lose, and he asked Sun Sok-woo to spare his life. In front of dozens of spectators, all of whom were Sun Sok-woo's juniors, but now Sun Sok-woo easily reminded Choi Sok-won, just this much can show how strong this Sun Sok-woo is. Hearing Choi Sok-won's plea, Sun Sokwu smiled arrogantly and said, "If I knew the fighting stage would be this fun, I would have done it." Came earlier, they were known as a disciplined team but were so weak. Before they could finish their sentence, on the ring, the person considered to be referee Hyo Junheng stepped up and told Sun Sokwu to stop. He raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice that he should at least fight with people of the same level and then show up and teach others. Sun Sokwu saw Hyo Junheng walking up, he also let go of his hand from Choi Sok-won's neck, then cuttingly said, "That's it, we also have other things to do, right, but now we're the only ones left." Hyo Junheng heard this and immediately turned back down underneath the ring and looked around thinking, looking back, even the remaining students had all left. Because of the chaotic matches in the ring and the appearance of Sun Sokwu, it must be them. They are afraid of being swamped. Hyo Junheng looked at Kang In-hai again. He was also the focus of the spotlight. Hyo Junheng asked him curiously, "Hey Kang In-hai, is that why you dragged Sun Sokwu here?" "No." Kang In-hai now curled his mouth into a smirk and replied, "Senior, if you want to fight that much, then set a proper date and time somewhere else. The arena is already so slippery, we don't have to follow the rules anymore." After hearing this, Hyo Junheng clenched his fists angrily, silently cursing in his heart, "This kid." Over here Sun Sokwu also quickly spoke up. "Say, you heard me clearly, Hyo Junheng, go to Jang Chong and tell him that you want a proper match outside, not in this children's playground." After hearing that, Hyo Junheng was so angry that he wanted to swallow that bastard Sun Sokwu alive. He gritted his teeth in bitterness because he couldn't do anything else. If he fought outside, he would violate the rules set by himself and Jang Chong. Went back to Jinsong School, where Gil-soo punched a student there and knocked out. He smiled proudly to himself because he now understood how to throw a punch. What is a strong punch? The next step is to tame and master your punch. Suddenly, another male student in the group, after seeing his brothers being punched, also went crazy. Screamed wildly and rushed forward, "This bastard dared to attack on our territory, you're dead, you idiot!" Shouted at him while throwing a fist straight at Gil-soo's face. But he was known as the king of tough blows and punches like this had no effect on him at all. It was even so light that he was punched and glared at the other student. "The punches of small fry like you don't work on me anymore." Finished speaking, Gil-soo threw him an extremely powerful punch. He flew back, and at the same time the last guy in the group also angrily rushed towards. He gritted his teeth and shouted in anger, "What the hell is that?" Then jumped with his two fists towards Gil-soo. But when the two punches collided with the opponent's face, the power was completely different. Gil-soo gained the upper hand and he flew back. With just 3 punches, Gil-soo defeated 3 kids who used to bully him. The student at Jinsong School who was punched by Gil-soo sat in the row angrily thinking, "This guy, today he is completely different from last time. Last time he couldn't even punch at all. Why is it so terrible now?" Now there is only one girl left in the group and she is also holding her weak fist to threaten Gil-soo. As she walked away, this girl said, "What? That nerd, do you know what you just did? You're dead." Behind her, another group of students from Jinsong School appeared, about 9 of them were hiding behind. They approached and greeted him saying, "Why is there a student from 6 Gate School here? Damn it, kill him already." Gil-soo panicked, "It's over, there are too many of them." He squinted his eyes, looked at them and thought to himself, "It's impossible to duel with these guys, what should I do?" Over here the girl was pleased and shook her head saying, "You understand the situation, right? Now you're dead, nerd." But what made her panic was that Gil-soo quickly took their car, then he used the potty and got on the gas. If he didn't hit them with his hands. If they do, you have to use something else. To the surprise of the Jinsong students standing on the other side. Gil-soo stood on one side of the bike and then accelerated straight towards them. But they all couldn't believe that this motorbike was more difficult to drive than the others. What he imagined, he gritted his teeth and tried to use his strength to control the car, but it shook so much that it made him very uncomfortable. On the other side, the group of students saw Gil-soo not holding the steering wheel firmly. They laughed and said, "Look at it wobbling, it's so cute, I feel embarrassed for you, kid." But as soon as the car approached them, he let go of the steering wheel. Out, then let the car drive freely. And that car rushed straight into the group of people, causing them to panic and quickly dodge. Before they could stop panicking, Soou was here. Spoke up again, "Since when did I let you climb up there?" They turned around in bewilderment, not understanding what he was saying. Then immediately heard him rush over as fast as lightning and punch the guy in the face. Yellow, as soon as they let their guard down. Then he ran like he was flying forward. He escaped and thought to himself, good, he escaped for the time being. If he fought hand to hand, then I can handle these guys, but now is not the time because there are too many of them. I didn't expect that one day I would become so thirsty for the fight, being able to duel with one person. Not afraid of being beaten up by the council. After running for a while, he suddenly stood there dumbfounded. Then looked up at the row of rooms on the left and thought to himself, even though it's not an arena, if we use this method, it can probably be replaced. That's it. After thinking and planning, he decided to go inside. At this time, the Jang Chong school students quickly chased after him. And they carefully walked up the stairs. Above, Soou was standing and waiting. Seeing them coming, Soou said in a low voice, "Are you guys here? Come up here if each of you is confident enough." Below, the school students. Jang Chong was outnumbered, so they were pleased and not at all afraid or concerned about the plan that had been laid out in advance. They smirked and said that he must have run so hard that he hit his head somewhere, so they spoke loudly. When you say such provocative words, you have no way to run away and go straight to hell. However, they did not foresee that what they were doing was a mistake. When the space of the stairs was narrow, only maybe each of them just rushed forward, and if that was the case, they would all be knocked out by Sou's single punch. And sure enough, the first guy who rushed forward was punched right in the face. The guys below panicked but did not know that this plan had been planned by Soou in advance. Just like that, the first guy was punched down, the second guy got angry and rushed up. And then he also ate right after the boy's punch. The two guys lost their momentum and fell backwards. Luckily their teammates blocked them. Otherwise there would have been another murder on the school stairs and stood there watching. Down at that scene, Soou smiled with satisfaction and thought, if the stairs are this narrow, I can only fight one-on-one. And besides, being up this high makes it easier for me to attack. It seems like their morale is weaker than before. If we just defeat these guys, we can escape. But life is rarely as we imagine. Now here we are. On top of Sou's head, there was a bowl of noodles flying towards him. While he was happily telling everyone to go up, I accept everything. Then the bowl of noodles flew into his head. Immediately, another student of Jang Chong school grabbed the stairs and jumped over to give him a kick. He was not careful and was immediately kicked. Echoed below where the group of students were standing. Up there was the senior student of the students below. This appearance made them excited. Above, that student looked down at Soou and said, "Damn, I'm eating delicious noodles." Saw the face of Six Gates School again. Soou looked up bitterly and angrily cursed, "Damn, is there someone up there too?" Because he was so angry he rushed over while the senior student went down. And then the ending was completely different now, when the other student kicked him in the mouth. He fell down, blood gushing from his mouth. In his heart he thought, what's going on? This guy is much stronger than the guys just now. At this moment, the other student glared at his school students and said, "Hey, I'll give you 10 minutes, deal with it and then bring it here to me." Received the order, they excitedly surrounded and prepared to beat Soou. Before leaving, the senior student was still bitter because Soou couldn't eat well. Bowl of noodles. Now he gave these students a limit of only 5 minutes left. They had to deal with that bastard from Six Gate School. Above, even though Soou was brutally kicked, but the look in his eyes was watching the student who had just hit him in the head with a bowl of noodles. Looking at the silhouette of that student, he thought to himself, damn, there's only one person who appeared, but these cowards. He became more aggressive. But the other students started hitting him harder and harder, but he still didn't give up. He thought, if he can't win against these guys then he can only use come that way. After thinking about it, he struggled to escape from them. While below, the other student was going down the stairs, he heard a strange sound and turned around to look up. He sighed and whispered, "I told you I couldn't trust the first-year students this year. They all rushed in but couldn't even handle a nerd." Above, Soou, who was trying to use all his strength to run down. Below, although he was controlled by the pull of those people, he used all his strength to escape. After the other student looked up, Then in front of him, Soou rushed over and screamed. It didn't take 5 minutes. He hit his head really hard on him. He was in pain when he ate Sou's steel-hard head, and Soou rolled and fell down the stairs. While he was mad and ordered the first-year students to catch him. The boy below smiled with joy because he finally got it. Successfully escaped from this group, taking advantage of their loopholes. He ran quickly outside and found the back gate. Now that gate is in front of him, just a few meters away from him. He's only about 100 meters away. Now he just needs to run out of there and he can escape this school. But another unexpected thing happened while he was trying to run away. Behind him, a motorbike was being driven by a person and driving straight towards him. He ran past him, then stopped the car in front of the back gate. Now he was blocked by a new obstacle. Soou looked at the other student in surprise. Because underneath his car was the student in the group of 4 that he punched out earlier, he smiled cheekily. Said, "It was you, the guy who beat up my juniors, damn." Seeing it in person is even more frustrating. Were you guys beaten to a pulp by a guy like that? But you look good. I likes cute girls. He sticks out his tongue and licks his lips, then glares at. And here is no stranger. He is Wang Hyuk-jin, the boss of Jinsong School. Standing directly in front of him. Soou gritted his teeth and thought angrily, who exactly is this guy? Why is he riding a motorbike and dragging other people along? Before he could stop being angry with the guy blocking his head, the group of students from behind promptly ran up. Soou turned around bewilderedly and looked back. He thought this time he was doomed. Where could he run to escape the school students? But what was more surprising at this moment was that when the group of students saw the name Wang Hyuk-jin, they also began to be afraid, stammering and saying, "Senior." Wang Hyuk-jin immediately saw this group of students in tatters. Exclaimed in a loud voice, "Looking at you. You must have been dealt with by this brat, right? Wait a bit, then I'll make you all as beautiful as him." The senior of those students listened at Wang Hyuk-jin's threat. He screamed in panic, "No, it's not like that, senior, we will gather and deal with that guy." Before the words of that student, Wang Hyuk-jin was like a python. Thirsting for prey at Six Gates High School. His eyes glowed like a devil and his tongue stuck out like a snake, more formidable than ever. He spoke up and told those guys, "Hey, don't touch my prey." This student gasped in surprise at Wang Hyuk-jin's words. But the most miserable was our boy Soou. He was stuck in the middle of the vortex when in front and behind were all people from Jinsong School. After those words, Soou also partly realized that the guy standing in front of him was the boss of Jinsong School. But with his body shorter than him, even his physique was not as bulky and muscular as Senior Jang Chong. He told himself not to be afraid. Senior Jang Chong had already said that no matter who the opponent is, his hand attack will be fast. After admonishing himself, he immediately didn't say much but grabbed his fists and rushed towards Wang Hyuk-jin. But his first fist was a blow. His left hand failed to hit the school boss Jinsong. He quickly bowed his head and dodged his punch. After Wang Hyuk-jin dodged Sou's punch, he smiled and said, "Cute. Really, dare to rush in and attack first." After saying that, he hugged Sou's leg and then rushed forward and pushed him hard. He was pushed upside down and thought in panic, "Damn, what kind of strength is this?" Wang Hyuk-jin's push made him fly far back. He couldn't make any move to stop him. The fall made him clench his teeth in pain. But it didn't stop there. Wang Hyuk-jin walked over, grabbed his collar and lifted him up, saying, "Don't. It's not okay if you don't fall yet. Play with me more. It's fun, isn't it, kid?" Finished speaking, he hugged Soou and did another somersault, creating a light table position that ended the game. Soou couldn't do anything but ban him. Hit the ground, creating a transcontinental explosion. In the unconsciousness of his coma, he screamed, "Damn it, I'm dead." The first-year students at Jinsong School saw their school boss take action and smiled with delight and said, "Look how pathetic they are. Look, who told him to be so rude to our school? Their senior quickly told you to shut up. When you're done with him, it'll be your turn now." Back to Soou fainted, but Wang Hyuk-jin still did not let go. He pervertedly stuck out his tongue, glared at Soou and said, "Have you fainted? Try to struggle more, the game has only just begun." Before his smug and arrogant smile, the boy woke up and kicked him in the face. Even though he was suddenly reminded by him, he still tried to use his strength to respond. He's so small, but he still likes to call others cute. His head is cute. He's the cute one. The cute adjective Gil-soo said was like burning Wang Hyuk's entire body. Jin. He stood there dumbfounded. Am I cute? Over here this senior noticed something. He whispered, that guy is definitely dead. According to him, knowing from previous rumors, Wang Hyuk Jin was bullied when he was a child because he was too small, so in front of him, even if he died, he was not allowed to say cute words to him. Like that. What that senior heard about, Gil-soo here felt that the atmosphere suddenly became more tense. After he said that this school boss was small and cute. It was also at this quiet moment, he thought this was the time for him to punch this school boss and leave Jinsong School. But all his judgments were completely wrong, as the situation now is completely different from before. What he imagined, Wang Hyuk Jin grabbed Gil-soo's collar to his surprise. He could only see his eyes emitting 2 rays of light and his voice, come here with me. He immediately grabbed his head and fell down with him. He felt it was hard to breathe, he couldn't even move his body, he fell into a tight body lock. This great move made Wang Hyuk Jin feel excited. He raised his hands high, and his legs clamped tightly around Gil-soo's neck and smiled and said, this sassy baby is really delicious. Name the senior students here realize that everything is just starting now. The triangle choke from hell. It's like a python holding its prey tight and not letting it move. Technique. This will lock the opponent's arms and legs, making them unable to resist and being beaten to death. That's right, after Wang Hyuk Jin locked Gil-soo, he freely threw punches at his face. While swinging his fist, Wang Hyuk Jin curled his tongue and said, what, am I cute now? Tell me, am I cute? Gil-soo felt very painful, so painful that he thought he was going to die. Okay. This time it was completely different from the previous matches. The students here gasped in surprise. It was Gil-soo who slowly stood up. He thought to himself, I can't fall here. Because that thought boosted my will and strength, but I couldn't believe that Wang Hyuk Jin was not that simple. After seeing Gil-soo protesting, he turned around to get behind the boy. Now he changed his position to hold the boy's neck from behind. Everything now became more difficult for him. He panicked and didn't know what to do anymore. This was never in the lesson plan of him when learning from his senior Jang Chong. The more he saw Gil-soo resisting, the tighter Wang Hyuk Jin tightened his grip. Now he fell to the ground and pulled his boy down with him. Only then could he completely control him and not give him a chance to fight back. Again. And this is also a worthy move. Wang Hyuk Jin's monster. His Jinsong School once had someone who had a record of 7 seconds before fainting after being hit by his attack. He doesn't know how long this 6-gate school will last. In Gil-soo's mind, he was aware of this position. If he didn't block it, he would immediately lose consciousness. He challenged his mind to try hard, not to fall. He wouldn't lose this wretched one more time. But all his efforts were in vain when he fell into a coma. Wang Hyuk Jin laughed happily when he saw Gil-soo was gone. Didn't move a bit. Then he grabbed Gil-soo's collar and pulled his penis back. The students over there were secretly happy that their school boss didn't pay attention to them anymore. The senior laughed and said, let's run quickly, after a while we won't be able to run in time. While Wang Hyuk Jin pulled Gil-soo less than 5 steps. He woke up and fell asleep for a while. He silently recalled his previous school. The thing called the unconscious game. It was a game that his bullies often played before he transferred to this new school. He was brutally oppressed and beaten by them. They felt excited every time they bullied him. And grabbed his neck like Wang Hyuk Jin did just now, when he didn't have any strength, and didn't know it. Exercising his body helped him become stronger. At that time he cried a lot and could do nothing but endure. And because of being bullied so many times, he learned how to survive to escape their necklock. And now he was able to move and was picking up a stone next to. When Wang Hyuk Jin looked back in surprise, suddenly filled his face. Gil-soo stood up and gritted his teeth with a stone pillar attached to his hand, and it would be the thing that would end today's fight. This punch is the crystallization of the pain he had to endure in the past. Wang Hyuk Jin widened his eyes in surprise when he saw not a single movement from him. Right after that he was hit hard in the face by Gil-soo. The stone broke into pieces. School boss Jang Chong spat blood out of his mouth. He fell backwards. Soou turned his head and looked back. Excitedly, he tried to run away. Okay, kill him. Okay, now you just need to run to the back gate to end the game. You are now only about 10 meters away from the gate, just a few more steps to complete your mission. But his whole body suddenly turned dark when he realized that behind him there was a python rushing towards him. That's right, Wang Hyuk-jin was sticking out his tongue and madly rushing forward like a cheetah. Prey, no matter what happens, he must catch his prey back to play. Soou turned his head and saw Wang Hyuk-jin rushing towards him and thought, what the hell, throwing stones? Can it still move? Damn, it's almost there. Right at this moment, the king of the jungle appeared in time to rescue him from the huge python. His senior Jang Chong had face. He stood majestically like a savior king. Jang Chong glared down at Wang Hyuk-jin and told him to stop. Both Soou and Wang Hyuk-jin looked in surprise at Jang Chong's Jang Chong and Wang Hyuk-jin. If you continue to act aggressively, I will consider it an action to challenge the whole school at 6 gates. After those words, only now did he have time to calmly look down and think. Now that he noticed, he has left Jang Chong's territory. Regardless of what Jang Chong said, Wang Hyuk-jin was not afraid at all. He crouched down. Then spoke up and said, Jang Chong, I've been suspicious for a long time. It turns out you're behind everything. That's fine. I also wanted to fight you for a long time. The era of 6 gates is over. After saying that, he was like a python that was thirsty for prey and rushed madly. Only to see Jang Chong's fist extended. Immediately Wang Hyuk-jin was punched in the face without time. Reaction. Soou panicked and opened his mouth wide in surprise, before the disgusting punch from his senior Jang Chong. He stood solemnly and said, these Jang Chongs are really unreasonable, right? Give them a lifelong lesson. Wang Hyuk-jin broke a few teeth in his mouth and lay motionless. Jang Chong smiled proudly and told Soou that this test seemed like he had passed the test. Pass, only the final test left, come meet me on the rooftop tomorrow. After those words, his face lit up with a confidence that he had never had before, but the test in the end, with senior Jang Chong, it never happened. Because the next morning at 6 Gate School, when the students entered the school gate to go to school in an atmosphere of terrifying silence. Only Soou today actively threw punches from the school gate until entering class. Kang In-hai was also surprised when Soou took the initiative to tell him today, 2 lessons. If you study, come to the ring, I will take you all down. Soou was confident after defeating the school boss Wang Hyuk-jin of Jinsong School. Now he has announced to challenge Kang In-hai and his group. To pay back his rival. Park Yeon-ho looked at Jin Do-il's miserable appearance and his bandaged arm and said, weak guy, is your arm really broken, or are you acting? Don't you dare fight with me. Say something, stand still like that. When you were in the cafeteria you were so arrogant, now you know your destiny. After speaking, he even pushed Jin Do-il to fall backwards. Not only that, Park Yeon-ho also deliberately stepped on Jin Do-il's injured hand. Along with the amazement of all the classmates standing around. But Park Yeon-ho arrogantly exclaimed in an innocent tone, what is that? It turns out it's really broken, accidentally broke his foot. I stepped on your hand, what should I do now? Jin Do-il angrily gritted his teeth and scowled in response. Do you want to break this school's rules? Not only was Park Yeon-ho not afraid, he didn't even look at the rules at 6 Gate School. Senior Jang Chong asked again, because he now had a force behind him. He grabbed Jin Do-il's collar and raised his voice to tease, what, there are rules? Now, who wants to go to the ring, who cares about those rules anymore? As he said, Park Yeon-ho threw a threatening punch to Jin Do-il. But luckily Soou was able to run over and he was also there. Holding his fist and rushing forward. Right at the moment Park Yeon-ho swung his punch at Jin Do-il's face, Sou's arm reached out to block the blow for his friend. Because that also made Park Yeon-ho was extremely surprised. And this was also the reason why Soou gave up the last training session with senior Jang Chong, because while he was training, this school changed a lot. He realized that it was time to stop practicing, so at that moment, he was very angry and challenged Park Yeon-ho to demand justice for those who were bullied by him. And especially more specifically, his best friend Jin Do-il. As soon as he received Sou's challenge, Park Yeon-ho was extremely surprised, but immediately after that he smiled happily, because he challenging him was the boy who vomited and was defeated miserably by Kang In-hai. He grabbed Gil-soo's wrist and said to his face, "What's wrong with his hand? Practicing on his own so he got hurt, kid. You have to learn how to defend yourself before practicing." However, what Park Yeon-ho could not expect was that at this moment Gil-soo forcefully pushed his hand away. He was once again surprised by what had just happened. Happening before my eyes. Here, I gritted my teeth and glared at Park Yeon-ho and loudly said, "You answer me. Let's have a fight in the ring this afternoon." Gil-soo's actions and words making Park Yeon-ho laugh more than ever. He told him, "I don't know where he suddenly got this confidence, but it was interesting. He probably wanted to be beaten to a pulp in the ring so." After saying that, he put his hands in his pockets and left. Before leaving, he did not forget to agree to the contract that Gil-soo had challenged him with. He was really excited. "Okay, see you this afternoon." "Okay kid. Let me show you what the stage is like now, wait for it." Lee Gil-soo glared at Park Yeon-ho's figure and words, then he thought, "This time I'm even more determined to defeat him." At the same time on the school's rooftop, Jang Chong was waiting for Gil-soo and thoughtfully looking at the world outside. He seemed to be heartbroken when Gil-soo still hadn't arrived. Suddenly the door was pushed open really hard. Hyo Junheng rushed out in fear and shouted to Jang Chong, "Hey Jang Chong, where were you last night? Do you know who came to the ring?" "Sun Sokwoo, he came to the ring with Kang In-hai. I told you, if you leave it like that, the situation will only get worse, quickly think of a way to go." Contrary to the worried look Hyo Junheng's fear and panic, Jang Chong smiled happily and replied, "Sun Sokwoo came to the ring, that's interesting." When Hyo Junheng saw Jang Chong's attitude, he looked surprised and said, "What, the arena is about to collapse and you can still say that?" Hyo Junheng was even more surprised when Jang Chong was surprisingly calm. Jang Chong looked down at the schoolyard and smiled. Said angrily, "If it was just because of that child that collapsed, then it would be just that. The arena became interesting, not because I used force to oppress and establish the rules, but the opposite." "Come on, Hyo Junheng. Is like a river that cleans itself. When the stage changes with its own power, everything will be different. Otherwise there is no meaning anymore." Returned to Park Yeon-ho's class 1-3. After he received Gil-soo's challenge, he rushed back to class to tell his friend Kang In-hai. To the surprise of Park's friends, Yeon-ho said that Lee Gil-soo challenged him to a fight. Then Park Yeon-ho gesticulated and told Kang In-hai the details. "Suddenly Gil-soo was aggressive and then challenged me. It seems like a while ago. He has practiced something, his hand is still bandaged. I have to give him a good fight this afternoon." With my narration and illustrations it's so thrilling, but look at Kang In-hai have any reaction. Park Yeon-ho asked in surprise, "Hey In-hai, what's wrong with you? Why don't you have any reaction to what I just told you?" Contrary to Park Yeon-ho's interest, Kang In-hai has a bigger idea. He wants to take over this whole school along with taking down Jang Chong, not the little Lee Gil-soo. When he heard Park Yeon-ho's question, Kang In-hai said frowning. He replied, "Now is not the time to mess with someone like Lee Gil-soo. The important thing now is to deal with Jang Chong." Park Yeon-ho excitedly replied to Kang In-hai, "Don't worry, this time I will cripple that vomiting brat, and won't dare to challenge anyone in our group again. I'll definitely win. We're sure to win, but if we let this type of person provoke us, what will others think of us? Because of our efforts to overthrow the stage, you must win convincingly. Don't be careless." Finished speaking, Kang In-hai remembered the image of a kid called the Tough King, with eyes filled with madness, wanting revenge, and then reminded his friend, "Anyway, he's also a stubborn guy, so you should know to do what's necessary and not look down on others." Scene change at the school park when the sunlight invades everywhere. Hair Guy Vang shouted in panic, "Gil-soo, why did you challenge him? You've seen him fight. Even Do-il can't win, how can you win against him?" Gil-soo didn't pay attention to what the blonde friend just said, because in his heart he was thinking, "At that time I was so angry that I accidentally challenged him to a fight, not knowing if he would be allowed to step on the floor. Fight without completing the final test with Senior Jang Chong or not." The image of Senior Jang Chong and his words appeared in his mind. There was only the final test left. "Come to the rooftop to meet me tomorrow." Was immersed in thoughts when Jin Do-il spoke in front of him. making Gil-soo look up in surprise. Hey, cancel the match. Even if you get senior Jang coaching Chung, this match is still too dangerous. He's a new student so he doesn't know, but Park Yeon-ho is a bastard. He colludes with street thugs who specialize in causing scandals. Ending, it's already obvious. Don't interfere. Wait until I recover and I'll deal with those bastards. Ignoring Jin Do-il's advice, Gil-soo firmly said no. You also want to protect him. I should have been hurt. The fact that you were bullied in the hallway this morning is a normal thing for me. Being looked down upon by others. Becoming the laughingstock of the world like a clown in a theater. Me, I don't want to become like them, and my first opponent must be Park Yeon-ho. If you want to fight at the base, just come. No matter how dangerous he is, I'm not afraid. Finished speaking, he stood up and walked past Jin Do-il, filled with the will to wash away this hatred. His eyes were full of determination for the match that evening. Today at the Six Gates Arena. That evening, when the moon was a third of the way up, a group of excited students flocked to the Six Gates Arena together. Rumors said that Gil-soo received special training, but no matter what, he couldn't compete with Park Yeon-ho. The atmosphere is bustling along the path leading to the arena. Inside the arena today, students gathered in large numbers. Everyone was looking forward to watching today's match. The blonde boy walked and looked at everyone around him in surprise and said to Do-il, "Wow, since entering school I have never seen so many people come to the arena." Jin Do-il looked back and smiled and replied to his friend, Gil-soo's previous two matches were both very impressive. Moreover, the arena is a place for entertainment, regardless of the strong or weak. On the stage, Park Yeon-ho had finished his unlucky warm-up and he was impatiently waiting for Gil-soo's appearance. He scowled and cursed silently when he still hadn't appeared. The two friends behind him. I immediately smiled teasingly, then thought that he was so scared that he hid because in their minds Gil-soo was a coward like a rabbit. Heard two friends standing behind talking. Park Yeon-ho also liked hearing it. He smiled smugly and said, if he ran away, that would be even better, so we can deal with this brat. In a corner above the stands with dignity, Jang Chong was watching the match with his arms crossed and looking gloomy. Around everyone began to lose patience and took turns screaming loudly, because it had been too long but he hadn't appeared yet. Screaming. That made Park Yeon-ho excitedly look up at the stands and say, everyone was fooled. Lee Gil-soo will never appear. Tell him to get the hell out of this school. The blonde boy also wondered. I wonder why Gil-soo is taking so long, or is he really that lazy? As soon as his words ended, Gil-soo's voice exclaimed, making him look at the arena door in surprise. School. Gil-soo was covering himself with a coat and raised his voice to say, who told me to skip school? Now I see how fun it is to go to school. Gil-soo took off his coat. The boy's head made all the students inside the arena gasp in surprise. And with this head, Park Yeon-ho couldn't cover his mouth in time. He laughed out loud. The nose and tears fell out and exclaimed, damn, look at that. Even shaved his head to show his determination. The students standing around Jang Chong also took turns laughing and joking with him. This new head of yours. Senior Jeong also smiled at Gil-soo's new change. He was looking forward to the difference when he changed his appearance like this. He stepped onto the stage and took off his shirt. Out, put it aside and said, just laugh freely, because from now on, there will be no more opportunities to laugh. Park Yeon-ho heard it and said, Jin Do-il at first just as confident, just before being beaten to a pulp. Here he was not afraid at all, then glared at Park Yeon-ho and said, who wins and who loses, wait and see and you will see. The referee's arm raised, the match was about to officially start. And a dramatic confrontation between Lee Gil-soo and Park Yeon-ho was about to take place. His hands clasped tightly as he told his story, son. My previous person is dead, I will win even if it costs my life. Image of a student who first stepped onto the stage, extremely scared with his student hair. Gil-soo gritting my teeth, I thought to myself, I must win, even if I have to risk my life. As soon as he finished thinking that, he took the initiative to attack Park Yeon-ho. Park Yeon-ho was a bit surprised but today Gil-soo actively attacked him, and as he knew before, Gil-soo's attacks were too simple for him. He easily dodged his first punch. Gil-soo then gently bent down and punched back with a sudden attack that made him panic. While punching Park Yeon-ho, he arrogantly said, "How to proactively attack, that's good, but like that it's not enough to defeat me. If you dare to recklessly provoke me, you will have to pay the price." As soon as he finished speaking, his punch hit Gil-soo straight in the face. Gil-soo received a very painful punch to the face. He fell back, his hands clenched tightly, not having time to react to the attack just now. Did not stop there, Park Yeon-ho rushed forward, his mouth full of tigers and said, "Straight failure, I will watch over you as a punching bag." And immediately after that he continuously threw punches in different positions at Gil-soo's face, because the speed was so fast that he could do nothing but endure the blows. His punch. Park Yeon-ho kept gloating, throwing punch after punch at Gil-soo's face. In the first moment of the match he had to be punished like this. Looking at Park Yeon-ho's speed and strength, he knew that his techniques were better than those he had encountered before, but he still consoled himself that there's no way he could fail, he needs to try harder. He ignited the fire of his will, he faltered, gained momentum and took the initiative to attack. However, the punches he threw could not hit Park Yeon-ho. He was too agile and dodged all of his punches. Looking at the situation of the match, one could see that Park Yeon-ho was indeed it's not simple, he hasn't even unleashed his ultimate rattan move yet and he's already making things difficult for you. Now that Park Yeon-ho has dodged all of Gil-soo's attacks, he's become even more satisfied. He smiled mischievously and said to Gil-soo, "What are you doing? Hit me, use your fist." The next outcome was the same, Gil-soo returned. Took another punch from Park Yeon-ho, this time the power was much stronger, causing him to fly backwards. The audience around the ring angrily shouted, "Counterattack, don't let yourself be beaten like that." "So, Lee Gil-soo, what the hell are you doing? Where is the strong spirit from before?" Besides the loud cheers, Jin Do-il stood with senior Jang Chong who was also observing the match. Jin Do-il looked sad and worried and said that it was true that the match had gone as predicted. If they won, they would become more and more aggressive. As opposed to being sad and gloomy. Of Jin Do-il, senior Jang Chong smiled irritably and said that he only saw the surface. "Look closely, in that match, you will see Gil-soo's determination." It was exactly like what senior Jang Chong said. On the stage, although Gil-soo was beaten to a bruised arm, his will and determination did not decrease at all. Looking at the scene of him vomiting, after being beaten to a pulp by me, Park Yeon-ho smiled complacently and said, "It's good to be able to take the beating, it's really a good punching bag for others to use." However, Park Yeon-ho's eyes and face suddenly changed from excitement to surprise. When the boy now abandoned his defensive posture and stood stiffly looking straight at him. At this moment Gil-soo was panting heavily due to fatigue. Tired, in his heart he knew that now his match had only just begun. He remembered the last time he met his senior Jang Chong on the rooftop. He was scared and told him, "Please. I'm sorry, I probably won't be able to participate in this final training session. As I said, don't continue to fight in the ring before this combat training session ends, but I have to do it." That's what I said, because while I couldn't control myself, I accepted Park Yeon-ho's challenge. Because I couldn't stand what he did anymore, he said shyly, adding in thinking about the image of Park Yeon-ho constantly bullying his friends made him extremely angry. Suddenly the words of senior Jang Chong made him look at him bewildered. Such a plan. Training probably needs to change a bit. Speaking of this, senior Jang Chong rushed forward like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Gil-soo didn't understand what was going on. Then senior Jang Chong he suddenly stood in front of the boy. His eyes radiated a light of aggression and told him that this would be an intensive course so that he could graduate and fight against the enemy. The student council president, turned out that it was at that time that senior Jang Chong trained him to rush to fight Park Yeon-ho, but he couldn't react in time to his quick attack. His older brother Jang Chong was hit while in a defensive position and flew backwards. Both in pain and stinging, he gritted his teeth and thought, "Why did he suddenly get so mad? Are you crazy? How can you react in time if you fight like this?" Over here, Jang Chong doesn't care what Gil-soo is thinking, or what he's going to do next. He reminds him to pay attention, otherwise, we'll always be beaten like this, you should fight seriously. After regaining composure and listening to what senior Jang Chong said, Gil-soo also reacted and threw punches, although the boy's punches were fast but couldn't hit him. He frantically rushed forward to pressure his senior Jang Chong and continuously threw punches. Although his punches were quick and agile, against a strong opponent like him, they were very slow. And if it's this slow, it's impossible to beat Park Yeon-ho. Looking at Gil-soo's playing movements, Jang Chong grumbled and reminded, "It's still very slow, with a slow and weak fist like this, then who are you planning to fight with?" Receiving Jang Chong's teachings, he thought, "I know that too, but I've only had basic training a few times, how can I get strong so quickly? Okay, however, I will definitely win this match." He flashed his strong will, then shouted, "I will definitely win." His punch hit Jang in the face Chung. But he was extremely surprised and looked at him. He was very confused when Jang Chong frankly said, "If you want to win against me, that's okay." Then Russian directly always went. Back to the Six Gates arena, Jin Do-il and his blonde friend were not understanding what was happening to Gil-soo. As he continuously threw punches like the uncontrollable maniac was under the cooking floor. Jin Do-il observed and scowled and said that it was the same way as reckless play. If you rush forward without defense like that, you will only get hit. So your previous training is considered to have no effect? Returning to the ring, Park Yeon-ho saw Gil-soo frantically throwing punches without any danger. He became interested. Said, "What is this? Trying too hard to be reckless? Okay, just rush in here, but if you think that if you rush to your death like that you will win, then you are very wrong." After saying that, he threw a punch. Fatally hit the boy in the face who was going crazy in front of him. He was inherently the king of tough blows, so no matter how strong Park Yeon-ho's punches were, he still tried to pull himself up and not give up. And right now here the boy was able to hug Park Yeon-ho's body to his surprise. He panicked and used his hands to push the boy's body away from his body, but the boy still tried his best to clinging to his body. Around the ring, the audience observed the scene of Park Yeon-ho being in a dominant position and immediately discussed, "What a one-sided match, there was nothing interesting at all, taking such a risk. Then it was just a punching bag and he didn't fall." After temporarily controlling Gil-soo, Park Yeon-ho grabbed his neck, then excitedly kneeled him in the face. "That's right, he lost. You should still try to lose properly, right? No matter how hard you try, it's still the same, die." On the other hand, even though it hurts a lot to receive attacks from Park Yeon-ho, you're still trying hard. Refused, because he knew that only like this would he be able to carry out his plan, following the intensive training that Mr. Jang Chong had taught him. He remembered the image and words of Mr. Jang Chong, "When you grab your head and say, whether you grab the body or the neck, after trying to approach, block the opponent's movement first, then you will have an advantage for them. When the opponent moves, it will be difficult for you to hit him, but once you have locked his move, it will be much simpler. At that time you will also try to use all your strength to break his control." But all his efforts were in vain, as Jang Chong's strength was absolutely overwhelming. After he took many punches from him, he never stopped trying, and right now his fist was able to hit Mr. Jang Chong's face. He was a bit surprised when he did that. He excitedly told him that, "When you get close to your opponent, I will have to take more beatings, then I have to try to endure it. All my previous training will be effective, just wait until the opportunity comes," because Gil-soo is always paying attention. At Jang Chong's words, he let his guard down. His fist swung out again. He wasn't paying attention, so he got punched in the stomach. The force of the punch made him bounce back. Afterwards, holding his stomach in pain, he thought to himself, "Damn it, I didn't have time to defend myself." But before I could think of anything else, Jang Chong rushed in again. His fists were shaking. Right in front of him. He couldn't imagine what would happen next, because this was the most arduous training he had ever experienced. He rolled his eyes. His eyes were panicked at the punch that was only a few centimeters away from his face. At that time, Jang Chong did not throw a punch at him, but instead taught him, "First make the opponent panic. Don't focus all your strength on the punch. When the opponent panics, you will have your chance. And just like what you learned, you are now practicing it. Your hug Park Yeon-ho has a reason for everything." He panicked and pushed him away without any precautions. Now he can punch quickly and accurately at vulnerable positions. He punched Park Yeon-ho in the ribs and he understood Jang Chong's meaning that he would make it impossible for him to predict his next move. After Park Yeon-ho was hit by Gil-soo's punch, he madly counterattacked, but because they were both in a close position to each other, Park Yeon-ho was able to hit him. Then you can also fight back against him. Now the outcome of the match can only be determined who is the tough king. After a while of throwing punches at each other, Park Yeon-ho gritted his teeth and whispered bitterly, thinking, it's also causing me so much trouble. While Park Yeon-ho was thinking, Gil-soo discovered his flaw. He threw another punch with much more power than before. Punches in front of. The audience below were excited about what was happening on the ring. Even Jin Do-il couldn't believe it was true. He gasped in surprise and thought, it turns out did he approach his opponent so he could strike accurately. On the stage, after Park Yeon-ho was hit by Gil-soo's punch, he also jumped back in pain, cursing, you bastard. Okay. Facing him, Gil-soo was also breathing heavily because he used too much force. Looking at Park Yeon-ho, who was gritting his teeth and taking a defensive stance in front of him, he knew he could do it no matter how much. Many times and made it difficult for him. At this point he immediately thought, only when he gets close will he be able to attack them. Now he is alert, thinking about his next strategy. Suddenly rushed forward and threw a punch at Park Yeon-ho's face. He was happy when he dodged his punch. He smiled happily and told him, you were aiming for my face. Why, it's simple, if you can't reach me, how can you hit me? In a corner of the stands, Senior Jang Chong folded his arms and watched the match with a gloomy face. He remembered what he said after the intensive training session for Gil-soo ended. Here comes my training session. When it comes in the arena, just fight the way you want. When fighting, there will be many variables that cannot be measured, so learning is one thing, but fighting will be another thing. Please persevere until the end and don't give up, Lee Gil-soo. Gil-soo is also remembering Jang Chong's training and advice. His punch just now was just a feint to hit. Misdirected Park Yeon-ho. After his hand reached behind him, he suddenly grabbed his head, just like what Jang Chong did and instructed him. You have successfully controlled Park Yeon-ho. Now you just need to put all your strength into this attack. Now I think I have a chance, if I keep persevering with my strategy. It was too late when Park Yeon-ho realized what Gil-soo was planning to do. He glanced in panic at Gil-soo's hand grabbing his head and thought, it was aimed at his face just now as bait. Okay. Over here, after he completed his move, before the moment he gave Park Yeon-ho the fatal punch, he glared at him and said, you probably can't predict this attack. Then yes, don't die, bastard. Finished speaking and threw an extremely strong punch at Park Yeon-ho. Park Yeon-ho was helplessly hit and flew back. Witnessed this scene, the surrounding audience constantly surprised. Everyone gasped in surprise and then exclaimed at their own surprise. Over here Lee Gil-soo was holding his fists in both hands and glaring at Park Yeon-ho. On the other side, Park Yeon-ho is in pain after the recent punch that Gil-soo gave him. He gritted his teeth and bitterly muttered, you son of a bitch, you're very good. On the other side is a hot Lee Gil-soo. Full of fire after knocking down the name Park Yeon-ho lying on the ring, he spoke with a full voice to Park Yeon-ho. I'm just getting started. Let's play until the end, you cheap bastard. The audience, after being amazed at the scene of Lee Gil-soo defeating Park Yeon-ho, is now excitedly cheering loudly throughout the Six Gates arena. Hands and excited faces glowing throughout the entire arena. School, who is Gil-soo? He's really cool, he's so good, he's really cool, he's really the golden boy in the village, he's really different. Lee Gil-soo's voice, Lee Gil-soo loudly rang out, making Park Yeon-ho feel extremely uncomfortable. He stood up angrily and thought to himself, no way, don't be happy yet, it's just luck, swinging wildly and getting hit by one hit. What's so funny? After thinking about it, Park Yeon-ho frantically rushed towards Gil-soo with his fist. But when he got close to him, he threw a hook punch to his face, followed by the boy giving him another straight punch. When he saw Park Yeon-ho staggering and unable to stand anymore, he continued to rush forward. Hook punches and straight punches kept flying at his face. Jin Do-il started to enjoy it as he looked down. The stage saw Lee Gil-soo continuously giving Park Yeon-ho heavy beatings. He told Senior Jang Chong, who was standing next to him with his arms crossed, that he looked quite good, but he didn't expect that he could turning the situation around like that. Hearing what Jin Do-il said, Jang Chong also excitedly replied, at this level, physical and mental strength are the most important factors. Surprise attacks will make the opponent lose his composure. Now Lee Gil-soo has taken the initiative. At this moment Jin Do-il suddenly looked down at the ring to see Lee Gil-soo full of fighting enthusiasm. And Park Yeon-ho seems different from the last time he fought with him. Jin Do-il turned to say to the blonde guy next to him, "I don't know why but there's something wrong with Park Yeon-ho today." Strange, he looked worried. Just like what Jin Do-il saw, Park Yeon-ho was glancing behind Lee Gil-soo. Because behind him, Kang In-hye was standing with his arms crossed in the stands thoughtfully observing the match. Kang In-hye's eyes were still the same as last time, like the time Park Yeon-ho was knocked down by Jin Do-il. Park Yeon-ho remembered Kang In-hye's words before leaving Come to the Six Gates Arena. Because of our efforts to overthrow the arena, you must win absolutely, not be negligent towards the opponent, after remembering what Kang In-hye said to him. At this moment, he spoke up, making him glare in surprise. "Damn, that's really humiliating, don't you dare bully me anymore." It was at this moment that Park Yeon-ho unleashed his ultimate move, the martial art with which he defeated Jin Do-il. It is called Cloud Tie. Seeing this position, he immediately knew he needed to quickly end the match, otherwise he would repeat the same defeat that Jin Do-il had the last time. There was no time left, he had to be quickly ended the match while he was still on the verge of winning. After thinking, he frantically rushed forward with the intention of ending the match. Fought here. But what he couldn't expect was that when he just approached Park Yeon-ho and at the exact distance that Park Yeon-ho could swing his absolute leg. When he was hit by one of his kicks, he fell backwards and flew backwards. He gritted his teeth and thought angrily, "What is that? This kick?" Before he could think about Park Yeon-ho's last kick, when in front of him, Park Yeon-ho threw another kick straight into his stomach, causing him pain. He couldn't stop it, and couldn't do anything else but scream. In his mouth. Followed by Park Yeon-ho's leg kicks continuously at the boy's body. Park Yeon-ho seemed to be in a frenzy to retaliate after the beatings he had just given him. For him, right now, when he beat Gil-soo to death, Park Yeon-ho screamed like a wild animal. Since he's weak, he should know his fate. "How dare you, a small fry like you, dare to confront me?" Although Gil-soo continuously received attacks from Park Yeon-ho, in his mind he constantly thought about the times he attacked. Each of his attacks was as heavy as a hammer and there was no opening to counterattack. He was trying to think of a method to counter his kicks. He remembered the last time he passed by Jin Do-il, he said, "No matter how dangerous he is, I'm not afraid." At that time Jin Do-il grabbed his shoulder and told him, "Then be careful. That guy might have done something to his leg, that wasn't an owl. Normal kicks, if it still attacks with its legs. You have to find a way to deal with those kicks." Only now does Gil-soo understand the pain that Jin Do-il once felt, feeling like he was being hit by an iron rod, instead of kicking with his feet like a normal person. On the other side, Park Yeon-ho curled his legs into a Thai-style pose and then spoke up. "That's right, that scared expression, it really suits you, you vomiting boy, now kneel down and beg for mercy." As soon as he finished speaking, his kick rushed in front of Gil-soo, he didn't have time to react. That kick. He fell down once again because of the leg kick created by Park Yeon-ho. Park Yeon-ho, after several times of defeating Gil-soo, his eyes were glowing, a crazy fire and determination. Excitement was rising inside him. Looking at that expression of Park Yeon-ho made Lee Gil-soo suddenly remember what he had experienced in the past. An expression of enjoyment at the pain of others. Those bastards, they stopped at nothing to torture him. And became more and more savage when they saw him collapse. Now that he saw that expression of Park Yeon-ho, it ignited the fire of hatred in his heart. He stood up and screamed in his heart, "Because you are just like them, I can't fall here." However, when he saw Lee Gil-soo stand up, Park Yeon-ho threw another kick at him. And his proud eyes and face immediately changed to surprise. When the kick kicked him. His kick just happened, but he used his butt to block the attack. Jin Do-il and his blonde friend were also extremely surprised when they saw Gil-soo's weird technique. Probably just you're the only one who can think of the trick of using your butt to block attacks. Gil-soo gritted his teeth and endured the kicks from Park Yeon-ho, thinking, "Just attack. I know all the places on the body that hurt the least." Then, because he had been abused and beaten many times, and after those times he knew where it would hurt him the least, so he applied that to his actions. Difficult times like now. Park Yeon-ho saw Gil-soo use his butt to block the attack, making him laugh smugly and say, "Are you kidding me? That's really funny, do you think you can block it that way?" After saying that, he kicked Soou, but Soou used his butt to block the attack. Because he was so angry, Park Yeon-ho frantically threw another kick and still couldn't hit him. The boy moved around and used his butt to block it. This farce-like fight, making the audience laugh until they can't stop laughing. Everyone is laughing and shouting, "Damn, block it with your butt, it's so annoying, students." There are always many new tricks. "Hey, Lee Soou, what is that move? I also want to learn." Here, Jin Do-il was also extremely interested and said, "It seems like Soou is also brainstorming, it looks funny, but the butt is where a lot of fat accumulates, who knows, maybe that's the best defense Soou can do right now." After a while of tiring legs. He was tired but couldn't defeat Soou. Park Yeon-ho gasped for breath because it took so much effort. He realized that using a low kick was not successful. He thought about using a high kick on his face. Thought to make Park Yeon-ho immediately throw a high kick at Sou's face and then arrogantly said, "Damn, let's see how much better you are," but with that kick, he could easily just lower his body. Dodged his attack. While just dodging Park Yeon-ho's high kick, Soou thought to himself, "I saw that kick clearly enough to dodge." At the same time Jin Do's stands also slowed down his screaming, after observing the match below until now. Jin Do-il remembered the last time he fought with Park Yeon-ho and thought, "When he fought with me, he is also very strange, possessing such a powerful kick, but his use is very limited. Is it true that the greater the power, the higher the risk?" Returning to the match, Park Yeon-ho is having difficulty when launching his kicks. The kicks could not defeat Lee Soou. Because his kicks became slower and slower, making it easier for him to dodge. After a while of dodging, Park Yeon-ho's feet were now facing Sou's face. And they were always fascinated to see the strangeness of his feet. He discovered a strange thing appearing from inside that leg. Because he was focusing on looking at it without taking precautions, so at this moment Park Yeon-ho's fist was in his face. And that was his death. Had to take a punch from him. He fell down, holding his face. Park Yeon-ho laughed happily and said, "Lee Soou, you bastard, you're really stubborn, but now it's all over." Finished speaking, Park Yeon-ho swung his leg and kicked to end the match. He confidently raised his voice and said, no matter how hard he was beaten, he couldn't withstand this blow. Now he knows I'm as strong as him. What's wrong? Messing with me won't end well. But with his complacency and confidence. Then in front Soou calmly said, "Yeon-ho." Park Yeon-ho heard the voice and suddenly jumped in surprise. "Your kick was slow. Turns out you grabbed Park Yeon-ho's leg. Now the situation has completely changed." Park Yeon-ho extremely frightened when his leg was grabbed by the boy. Immediately the boy used his stance to knock Park Yeon-ho down. He angrily gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn, what is this?" At that moment, he looked at the position of Park Yeon-ho's feet suspiciously and thought, there must be something fishy. It felt like he was being hit with an iron rod. The speed of the kick gradually decreased. Each blow. And something shiny. Peeking between his legs. After being suspicious, Soou grabbed Park Yeon-ho's pants. To his horror, Soou tore off Park Yeon-ho's pants and exposed his bracelet. The iron stirrups were wrapped tightly around his feet. The whole Six Gates arena was shocked. Everyone couldn't believe that Park Yeon-ho would play dirty like that. It turned out in the previous match when he against Jin Do-il also used this dirty trick to win. At this moment, everything was clear before his eyes. Park Yeon-ho had nothing to hide anymore. Young Soou gritting his teeth, angrily burning his chest, he said, "No wonder why you got tired so quickly. Now do you have anything else to say?" As soon as Sou's words ended, the atmosphere in the arena suddenly exploded. The howling, screaming, rang out fiercely. The students were all very upset when they saw Park Yeon-ho playing to win. In a corner of the stands, Hyo Junheng was also stunned with his eyes. Looked down at the ring contemptuously and told Jang Chong, "No wonder his kicks were so strange. What should I do? Should I stop the match?" Listen to Hyo Junheng's words. Jang Chong replied with an excited expression, slowly, "Just wait until it seems like it's about to end." Then he glanced down at the scene where Soou was frantically putting all his strength into. Park Yeon-ho now has no strength left to resist. He is being continuously punched in the face by the boy, punching and punching as if he doesn't see Park Yeon-ho surrendering. He thought to himself, this crazy guy, why does he still have such power? Looking at the expression on his face, he remembered his previous memories, the memory when he himself was captured. Bully. Expression of extreme fear. He no longer has any will to resist. Just like he did when he was bullied by them. He only knows how to endure without being able to do anything. But for him now it's different, the strength is different. Will, tenacity, courage, he has enough. And the person he used to be is dead. Now he wants to let everyone know how different he is compared to before, fueling the fire of his own desire. He threw another fist, and this fist would end the match here, before the punch landed on Park Yeon-ho. He screamed. The resentment, the pain, from having to endure up to now, will now pour it all into Park Yeon-ho's name. Immediately that punch was purged on Park Yeon-ho's face. One punch it shook the whole world. I'm sure everyone watching can still hear the popping sound from it. Park Yeon-ho's face sank in, his nostrils disappeared. The referee immediately stopped the match. And the winner was none other than Lee Gil-soo. The audience cheered excitedly. He happily enjoyed the moment of victory with his own efforts and determination. I did it already. I defeated Park Yeon-ho with my own fist. The whole arena 6 gates roared, Lee Gil-soo, Lee Gil-soo. Park Yeon-ho fell on his back on the ring. He fell into a coma because exhausted. In his mind, he couldn't believe what had just happened. No way, did I lose to that kid? He looked towards Kang In-hye who was preparing to leave, muttering. Wait a minute, it's not over yet, don't leave me. Kang In-hye heard Park Yeon-ho's voice say. He glanced back and spoke, you're useless. After responding, he walked away. Leaving Park Yeon-ho was lying on the ring and being scowled, annoyed, cursed by the audience in the stands. Even whatever was in their body was hitting Park Yeon-ho. With cans and stones, continuously being thrown down, Park Yeon-ho forced himself to lie down, humiliated beyond words. At this moment he suddenly glanced forward. Gil-soo was slowly walking towards him. Suddenly he held out his hand in front of his surprised eyes. He gently told him, calm down. If you play dirty and still lose, I want to give you a good fight, but the rules are the rules, next time we will win or lose fairly. Park Yeon-ho was surprised that he himself had treated him like that, but still received pleasant words and compliments. Provoked to fight back fairly. When Hyo Junhang heard Gil-soo say that, he also laughed happily and said, wow, the new student is more interesting than I thought, shaking hands. Jang Chong here proudly smiled and said, now he just looks like a student at 6 Gates School. Maybe he is more than what I thought. Below Lee Gil-soo was about to shake Park Yeon-ho's hand when the voice suddenly rang out. 6 Gates School is now raising this issue. There are still people watching this childish match. It was that voice, along with his appearance, that made the whole audience admire terrified. He walked over, grabbed Park Yeon-ho's hair and pulled it up, then said aggressively that he couldn't defeat a kid, but he still wanted to represent 6 Gates School, so why? Graduated and planned to see his face? How big are you guys? It turns out that this character who appeared was none other than Sun Soou. He was also present watching the match from the beginning until now of Lee Gil-soo and Park Yeon-ho, because he was so upset because of Park Yeon-ho's failure. He himself had to step down into the ring and speak up to warn Park Yeon-ho. Young Gil-soo stood looking down, wondering, who is this person? At that moment, Senior Jang Chong quickly stepped onto the stage and said, Sun Soou, what are you going to do? The three of you heard the sound and turned to look at Jang Chong. He was standing with his arms crossed glaring at Sun Soou. On the other side, Sun Soou excitedly approached Jang Chong and said, long time no see, traitor Jang Chong, looking at this trashy arena, I can't stand it anymore. Damn, what the hell is this arena? From now on I will be the one to rule 6 gates. Over here Jang Chong, he wasn't afraid at all of Sun Soou's threats. He smiled handsomely and replied, I thought you were hiding somewhere, but it turns out you're here. It's really interesting. Okay, let me tell you. Which is the real arena? Jang Chong said while waving his hands in a defensive stance to provoke Sun Soou to fight to win or lose. Right at this moment, the most anticipated moment of everyone. The return to the arena of the student council president and Sun Soou. Both took off their shirts and stood facing each other. looking at each other with colorful eyes. Under the stands, standing behind Lee Gil-soo, everyone is talking loudly. Wow, I didn't expect to witness this scene before graduation. Majestic. Today the warrior members of the Six Gates Arena are really great. Hearing everyone's excitement, he didn't know who that character was. He looked at Jin Do-il, then pointed towards the ring and asked, Do-il, son Soou, who is fighting with senior Jang Chong, who is that? Jin Do-il turned and replied leisurely, Gil-soo, you probably don't know. Since you haven't transferred to this school yet, and before the arena was established, he was the one competing for the throne. Strongest Six Gates with senior Jang Chong. He turned around in panic, muttering innocently, competing with senior Jang Chong. On the ring, Sun Soou had already started to warm up his legs. He stretched and cracked his shoulder joint. Like a sumo fighter. Over here, Jang Chong was also burning his knuckles. After a few words that reminded them of their old memories. Then Sun Soou suddenly rushed towards him like a hungry bear, rushing towards him while saying loudly, Did you have to work so hard to climb to that position just to create this kind of rubbish? Right after those words, then a loud sound echoed throughout the Six Gates arena. The audience standing near the arena also ran away in fear. What terrible power were they screaming? The arena was about to explode. At that moment, Jang Chong above still nimbly dodged Sun Soou's attack like a nuclear bomb. Their eyes turned to each other. Immediately after, Sun Soou smiled. Sinister. Then he launched blows with his hands and feet, continuously punching Jang Chong's body. Jang Chong was still as cool as ever, still flexible and nimble in dodging incoming attacks. From Sun Soou, although Sun Soou's speed was not slow, the punches and kicks were deadly and full of internal power. Looking at the scene on the ring. Standing below Lee Gil-soo as if a commentator mumbled in panic, Sun Soou, with that body, how can he move so flexibly? Next to Jin Do-il also joined the discussion and said, Money. Our senior Jang Chong is also very talented to be able to avoid him. But what if senior Jang Chong loses, what will happen? Gil-soo wondered. Jin Do-il looked up at the silent ring for a moment then replied. Then the ring will disappear and the Six Gates will return as before. Sun Soou is Kong In-hai reincarnated. He was wondering when he heard Jin Do-il mention the name Kong In-hai and then turned into a state of bewilderment. Returning to the ring at this time, Sun Soou was appearing like a ferocious bear after fighting several times in a row. The attack did not hit Jang Chong. His eyes glowed with the light of a destroyer and then secretly said, The kid is only good at dodging, hiding, forgetting past victories. Now I have as a completely different person. He flashed a flame of madness and then roared forward. He unleashed an unparalleled shadow and kicked straight at Jang Chong's face. Jang Chong quickly fell down to avoid it. Down. But he couldn't dodge in time. Bloodstains were heard. Jang Chong was hit by Sun Soou's. Over here, after Sun Soou hit Jang Chong, he was extremely excited. He was proud that he had finally hit Jang Chong. Now, while in a state of excitement, Sun Soou was frantically punching and attacking Jang Chong. Jang Chong, he was having a hard time blocking every punch from him. He was tired, bloodstains flew out from nowhere. After a while of blocking. At this moment, Sun Soou threw a punch directly into Jang Chong's stomach. He was hit and flew back to the ropes of the ring, pretending to be the boss. Turns out that was all. I knew this. I dealt with you a long time ago. Below the ring, Gil-soo exclaimed in panic. No way, how could senior Jang Chong be defeated by this monster? Next to Jin Do-il also shouted, Sun Soou is stronger, and Jang Chong the technique is better. But looking at the present, Sun Soou is completely dominating. Has he been secretly practicing? Just like Jin Do-il said, on the ring, Jang Chong is sitting down face down in front of the black bear Sun Soou. He saw Jang Chong lying motionless in front of him and smiled complacently and thought, his body is completely different from before, what they gave him, as it seems very effective. The image of a group of 5 people in pitch black appeared in Sun Soou's thoughts, not knowing what he used to make him stronger like that. Right away. At this moment, Sun Soou raised his leg and said, Now you are nothing more than me, die traitor. At that moment, Jang Chong's eyes suddenly changed strangely. Sun Soou's kick stepped on him, a loud noise rang out again. Everyone below gasped in surprise. It turned out they weren't surprised because Sun Soou knocked out Jang Chong. But on the contrary, Jang Chong's launching gave him a punch in the face. And that same powerful punch made Sun Soou immediately fly away. Backwards, from this side. Sun Soou flew towards the rope on the other side of the ring. Without waiting for Sun Soou to stand up, but now Jang Chong quickly jumped forward, he just holding his fist and exclaiming, "Wasting time, let's end the match." Finished speaking, Jang Chong threw a few punches at Sun Soou, showing the class of a person who controls 6 gates. This terrible power, even Sun Soou also couldn't believe that. He had never seen this power from Jang Chong before. Jang Chong's eyes were burning with light and his fist was unleashed. He threw another punch into Sun Soou's stomach, a punch that showed the class of the king of the jungle, to prove that everything he had was not luck, but everything. All the things he won for himself. This is the end of part 2. Please look forward to the next part. I love you all forever.
Sun Soou was extremely painful after being hit by that punch. And at this moment, Jang Chong threw another punch to end the match. That punch hit Sun Soou one more time and he was unable to resist, the force of this punch causing him to fly out of the ring. Before the looks and amazement of all the students of 6 Gates High School. Everyone, they all gasped in surprise at the great strength of their school's student council president. This was also the first time Soou witnessed with his own eyes the power that he had only heard about but never seen before. Now that cheaters will also be punished by the person who makes the rules. That is the student council president and founder of the 6 Gates Arena. Senior Jang Chong. He looked down and asked Park Yong-ho to step onto the stage. He turned his head and looked back full of shyness and fear. In the middle of a quiet late night scene, only inside the arena was bustling with excitement. Park Yong-ho had stepped onto the stage and was kneeling in front of the student council president. Seeing Jang Chong standing opposite him, holding an iron stick, Park Yong-ho thought in fear, is he going to use that stick to hit me? If I get beaten by a monster like him, how can I live? From the previous battle, now I can't stand being beaten again. Seeing that there was no way to resist, Park Yong-ho accepted the humiliation and cried and begged Jang Chong to spare his dog's life. However, all his efforts to beg were in vain. When Jang Chong spoke up from the other side, he immediately lay down. The fear in Park Yong-ho's heart flared up more and more. He was forced to accept the humiliation again, went to hug Jang Chong's leg and begged, "Please spare my life this time. It was because I was forced. Sir, I just did that. I'm just a victim. Senior, from now on I won't dare to do that again. Please senior, please forgive me this time." While I'm in trouble, begged and begged earnestly. Then Jang Chong suddenly knelt down, making Park Yong-ho look up in surprise. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with murderous intent and said, "I told you to lie down now. Don't you understand what I said?" This cruel action and words made Park Yong-ho cry again. He thought to himself, "This time it's ruined. My life is over here. How can I live like this?" Park Yong-ho crying and lying down on his stomach following the request set by Jang Chong. Above, Jang Chong also straightforwardly swung the stick back and gave Park Yong-ho a punishment. He waved his hand and said, if you don't want to be beaten, don't do such things." At the same time, Park Yong-ho also bit his lip and closed his eyes to accept the punishment for him. Looking at Jang Chong's powerful attack, but it was just a threat and a warning to him. His stick stopped as soon as it touched Park Yong-ho's butt. But this was enough to make Park Yong-ho filled with fear, tears and runny nose. His penis fell out with a splash, and he couldn't control himself and peed out a puddle of light yellow water. This action once again made everyone in the fight angry. 6 Gates School burst out laughing. They named him the legendary pisser. At the same time, Jang Chong also spoke up on behalf of everyone at 6 Gates School. "Hey bastard, don't you feel ashamed of doing that in this arena? I forgive you, but there won't be a second time." In a corner above the stands, Kang In-hai is also crossing his arms, frowning and looking at him. The scene of Park Yong-ho being tortured under the ring. Suddenly Jang Chong stomped his foot really hard. Then use all your inner strength to put into your words. And everyone, listen. Today everyone has realized what the arena is like. Everyone can fight and rely on their own strength to win. A fair battle has nothing to say. Is cheating here. But if anyone starts a fight in the arena or outside the school, that person will be violating the rules set by Six Gates School. And if I am still in control if you act here, that person will not be able to survive. So think before acting. Here there are only true warriors who act according to their strength and the rules of the arena. Those people deserve the respect of the Six Gates Arena, as well as everyone in the Six Gates Arena. This announcement is also a reminder that Student Council President Jang Chong sends to everyone, including the students. After the announcement had just finished, Jang Chong was fiercely applauded by the students present in the Six Gates Arena. And the last thing he wanted to emphasize to everyone and assert his authority. I, Jang Chong, am the president and operator of this Six Gates Arena. The next day on the rooftop, the sandbag was flying back and forth. And the person doing that was none other than Jang Chong. He practiced again frantically for a new day by throwing extremely heavy punches. Strong and a sandbag. Soou was also present at the rooftop. He went to see him. But when he walked out the door, Soou witnessed this scene and was extremely surprised. I thought to myself, is he still practicing? After yesterday's battle like that? Was thinking when the sound of his son made Jang Chong discover. He asked, why are you? Come here again. Jang Chong's words startled Soou. He continued, I have nothing more to teach you. If you want to come and ask me for training, then go home. I didn't come here for training. I have something to tell you. There's no need to make things so complicated. I just need to do what needs to be done. Senior Jang Chong's words are a bit. The coldness made Soou shy. But then he found the courage to blurt out. I have a question like this and want to say. Why did you help me to such an extent? I heard. I'm the first person to be guided by you. I've also learned many things from you so. Before Soou finished speaking, Senior Jang Chong spoke up. Of course he also wanted to show everyone that to be able to rise up, you need to try your best to practice. So you've worked hard too. Soou, said Jang Chong while approaching him. Then he put his hand on Soou's shoulder and looked straight into Soou's face with affectionate eyes. Soou received that feeling. The feeling that a student council president places all his trust and expectations on. Immediately Soou bowed his head and said his most sincere thanks to Senior Jang Chong and also Soou's first teacher. Although Soou did not fully understand what Senior Jang had said. Chung said, but when being close to him, being guided by him, Soou also learned a lot of things, as well as feeling his sincerity. Back to the Six Gates Arena. The screams were loud inside the arena. After yesterday's battle, but today the arena started to bustle again. The students were also present on the arena to fight fiercely with each other. The heat also gradually becomes more fiery and more exciting than ever. Everyone passionately participated in fighting and training. The battle at Six Gates took place every day, creating many extremely attractive battles. After the previous match ended, the referee also raised his hand for the contestants. The next student participating in the match steps onto the stage. That person is none other than our Soou. He is now also participating in those fierce matches. Determination, enthusiasm, madness in every punch he threw. He put all his strength into fighting, to be able to prove his strength and effort in the fight. All this time, when the opportunity came, Soou always grasped it in the best way and avoided any mistakes. The cheers of the audience echoed loudly. Appeared when Soou won. Since the match the other day between him and Park Yong-ho, the audience's trust in Soou was great. So every match with Soou present, almost the audience won. I have no faith in him. This glorious moment also shows that Soou is part of the Six Gates team. Transferred to a prison near the city center. Kang In-hai is here and waiting to visit his brother. His eyes looked to the other side when he saw his brother appear. Long time no see. The other brother came out and said. Hearing Kang In-hai's voice, he immediately stood up and said, it's been a while. You said that next time you'll bring good news. What happened? That loser bastard. He's with his senior son Soou is not Jang Chong's opponent either. So, had not finished speaking, Kang In-hai's brother burst out laughing and exclaimed, is that kid Jang Chong? But this time it seems like things have gone too far. Without the owner there, it seems like they are being invaded again. Looking at his brother's smile and tone, Kang In-hai lost his temper and shouted, brother, don't worry about anything, then I'll find a way no matter what. If it doesn't work inside the school, I'll use the outside method. Faced with Kang In-hai's panicked tone, His brother said in a low voice. Hey Inhai, who is this guy? If the shackles are tight, it will be difficult to escape. So don't act foolishly, just behave according to your identity. Dad said he would intervene. This is over, so maybe in a few months you can go out. Hearing these words, Kang In-hai's heart also felt a lot relieved. His brother continued, don't do anything too much that will affect your family. Just quietly observe everything and wait for the right opportunity. When your brother comes out, everything will of course be resolved. Kang In-hai, after listening, he spoke up and said, I understand, but deep down he was still very unyielding. His clenched fist showed that. Returning to the scene of the three friends Lee Gil-soo, Jin De-il and his friend Kyung Min are sitting and chatting. The blonde boy is seriously expressing his inner feelings, which is his crush asking him to go out with his friends. He was very happy and used a very serious face to talk to Gil-soo and Jin De-il, because he needed two more friends to go with him to avoid being alone. With a very sincere suggestion from the blonde friend, Gil-soo bewilderedly said that he had never met a girl before. And Jin De-il raised his hand to express his opinion that he was already had a date that day. Kyung Min showed the phone screen and his crush text message to the two of them and said clearly, this time is my chance and that Ji-hye, understand, he took the initiative to ask me out. That's true, but I don't know if he thought it was random or not. What? He took the initiative to ask me out and meant it. Seeing these two arguing with each other, Gil-soo also smiled wryly and said, we should go with him. But letting him go alone is impossible. Maybe this is his chance. It's difficult, but I think it's because he's so delusional that Gil-soo has no choice. Kyung Min grits his teeth and offers Jin De-il the benefit that he will crave for two. This friend had a grand drink. The appointment time had arrived. At a very luxurious cafe. Kyung Min was frowning, placing the glass of water on the table and saying, why am I so nervous? Like this. Jin De-il happily turned around and smiled and replied, you've already drunk several glasses of soft drink. Calm down. Next to Gil-soo, he looked over and saw Kyung Min's nervousness and immediately thought, this is the first time I've seen him so tense. I don't understand who the subject is that he suddenly lost his temper like that. Suddenly Gil-soo looked towards the door of the shop. A long flowing golden hair, an extremely beautiful and cute girl walked in. Gil-soo glared and thought, maybe it's the girl is that there. Gil-soo looked to the left, and indeed saw Kyung Min raising his hand to signal the girls to come over to him. But it wasn't that girl, but the dark-skinned, short-haired girl. Shortly behind her were not only two girls, but now even three girls came in, and Kyung Min's crush was the girl with the dark skin walking between. We're a little late. Sorry, it's okay. I'm happy that you're here. Let me introduce to you, these are my two friends, Lee Gil-soo and Jin De-il. Now you're new. Discovering that Kyung Min's crush was this girl, he shyly took a sip of water and thought, from the looks of it, her personality is also enthusiastic. I wonder if the two of you coming here today will help him in any way. Okay. At this time the girl that Gil-soo saw first came over and said hello. She introduced herself as Jang Mi and was very happy to meet Gil-soo. The moment she saw this smile, Gil-soo saw that it was absolutely right for him to come here with Kyung Min. Gil-soo's face turned red when he had to face Jang Mi directly. After everyone met and greeting each other at Y Coffee, their conversation became more open. Their laughter and questions increased. Kyung Min happily smiled and narrowed his eyes when he had a crush. Asked about everything, Jin De-il suddenly turned around and said bad things, making him speechless, while everyone was talking happily and fiercely discussing. On the other side, next to the two of them, Gil-soo was like an invisible person, because he had no chance to intervene in the story that everyone was talking about. Jang Mi suddenly paid attention to Gil-soo. Her eyes were turning towards him. She spoke up and said, "Hey Gil-soo, don't you like talking like this?" Jang Mi said while showing an extremely adorable expression. Receiving a question from Jang Mi, Gil-soo was shy, quickly explained, "No way," he thought while explaining, "I didn't expect him to talk to me first like this." Jang Mi winked and told Gil-soo, "I actually don't like such noise. But they talking so excitedly. So it's impossible to interject a sentence. When there are many people gathered like this, it's usually hard for me to blend in. Oh well, since you guys just met, it's so fun to talk. Well, I'm just like you, so you're also the type of person who just sits and listens to people talking like this. It's true, I'm a little shy. Catching the frequency with Jang Mi, Yushi answered shyly, in the most honest way. Seeing Jang Mi's bright smile at this moment, Gil-soo's heart felt like it was about to beat because of it. So you have the same personality as me. We are so happy to meet each other today. Me too. Suddenly, Jinder-il suggested that everyone go on a fun trip together, which was to sing together at a pretty good karaoke bar nearby. This suggestion made everyone even more excited. Only Gil-soo was miserable, because he sang with them a lot. A while later, everyone went together to the karaoke bar. Before entering, Young Min's crush turned around and asked, "Hey Do-il, are you good at singing?" The girl next to you also chimed in, "No, I think so." "Okay, just show it off and you'll know." Right away, right? Thousands of inquiries were made for Jinder-il, which made Young Min feel frustrated. It was clear that this appointment was mainly about Young Minimum, but now the main character seems to belong to Jinder-il. Already, after a while, he couldn't bear it anymore, but there was no other way. Young Min grabbed Jinder-il's shoulder and told, "You guys to go in there first. Let's come out here for a bit." Jinder-il turned angrily and said to Young Minimum, "I've already gone to the bathroom, so there's no need to go anymore." Jinder-il's words. Just as he finished, Young Min made a face, angrily gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Hey, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you today? Today you took all my glory with Jihye. Oh my god, what did she say? I'm just talking along. But that's not good. I can't talk to her. You talk too much. Sir, I can't do anything to impress her. Sir, I just want to help you. It's nothing. It's okay to see her happy. But I want her to talk happily to me. That's okay. Just put in whatever you want and let you express yourself freely. Now I'm so angry at you. I need to go to the arena like this." Hearing the two of them arguing with each other gives Gil-soo a headache. He screams and intervenes. "Come on, why are you two arguing like that? Come inside or they'll be waiting." And then Gil-soo walked in to face Jinder-il and Young Min, who was standing outside the door arguing. Anyway, it's better to avoid it. The two of them are arguing so passionately. After speaking, he glanced at them with a smile and thought, "But that's good. Those two people can say whatever they have. Don't take it to heart. I can't be like those two." He remembered the first moment he met Jang Mi, the cute and beautiful girl who was stroking his hair. Then there was the first shy expression of the two when they first met. Next was the sunny smile that captured his heart. He told himself, "I want to get to know Jang Mi better, but I can't help it. I think too much. Now I even think his name is beautiful. Oh my god, I'm thinking too much." Suddenly there was a scream in front, making Gil-soo startled. On the other side was a tattooed young man, teasing Jang Mi, even though she was very upset. "Don't deny it. I see you don't have any friends with you. Maybe go out with me. I'm still in that room. There are two more friends. So that's enough, 3 and 3. Suddenly at this moment Gil-soo raised his voice and said, "Hey, what are you doing to my friend?" Gil-soo's words made the three girls cry out in unison. The young man was startled and looked over. He smiled teasingly and exclaimed, "Is that your friend? But there's nothing special or handsome about that guy. How can you be my friend? Okay, let's go with me. I'm full of talented people." His hand held Jang Mi's wrist tighter and tighter, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. The more she struggled, the more he was able to get to him. Gil-soo stood here and witnessed his crush being like that, and he also angrily rushed over, but didn't let him go. As he made his move, Jang Mi's legs took a one-legged stance before the surprised look of the young man. Then Jang Mi used her strength to wrestle him into a somersault. He was very surprised that this girl had such terrible strength. He could only look up at Jang Mi's eyes filled with iron and exclaim in her voice, "If I can't say it then I must. Let's get punched." As soon as Jang Mi's words ended, the tattooed young man was knocked to the ground and he didn't have time to resist any moves for himself. On the other side, Gil-soo was completely surprised by this scene. Gil-soo gasped with panicked eyes when witnessing it. Young Min's crush raised his hand to his forehead, sighed and exclaimed, he was really tired. "I made her angry. What's going on?" Gil-soo asked with a pale face. She quickly turned around and replied, "Is it Gil-soo? Don't be too surprised. Jang Mi is just like that. But he's very gentle. I don't know if he's gentle or not. But on the other side, the tattooed young man threw punches to repay the humiliation that Jang Mi caused him. But he was unable to hit her once. Because in order to protect himself, Jang Mi learned martial arts from a young age with her older brother. Looking at Jang Mi's endless movements, it can be seen that her level is not average, and probably not many people are her opponents. The end result of the tattooed young man teasing the girl was to receive a hook kick from Jang Mi. He flew backwards, which Jang Mi also studied at. Yes, your school is 6 gates. Gil Soou exclaimed in surprise. Huh, you go to my school? That's right, I heard his brother's name is similar. What is it? Quite a special name. It was at this moment that Gil Soou realized that the last name Jang that this girl said was very similar to the person Gil Soou had just finished studying with a monk. When Gil Soou correctly mentioned the name Jang Chong, it was confirmed that that is Jang Mi's brother. And Jang Mi's background is like that. She is a first-year student at Jink Wang School. Currently she is at the young age of 17 and is the owner's younger sister. Student Council President Jang Chong had already said that. Why didn't he tell me to let go? Making me lose my patience like that. Then 2 of his accomplices suddenly appeared behind him and said, "What a fool. If you let a girl beat you like that, can you still be human?" This sudden statement also startled Jang Mi. Turn your head and look back. The 2 of them were angry with the same look. With an aggressive face, she threatened that she would definitely die with him today. While the yellow-haired guy was about to give Jang Mi a fist to teach her a lesson, when suddenly, another fist flew straight into his face as fast as lightning. The punch was so strong that it distorted his mouth. And then he flew back, to the surprise of the rest of the group and the girl. Jang Mi, the person who threw that punch, was none other than our boy Gil Soou. He made a heroic attempt to save a beautiful woman. Jang Mi also did not expect this new friend. Gil Soou has such terrible power. While the person who was most surprised was Gyung Min's crush. She was panicking and covered her mouth with her hands. Extremely surprised. On this side, Gil Soou came in. They both angrily grabbed the yellowhead's collar and raised their voice to say, "You bastards. Why are you guys bullying girls?" Behind, Jihye was surprised and told Jang Mi, no, thinking that he would act like that. Truly worthy of being a student at 6 Gates School. Completely different from Jang Mi. At this point, after teaching those guys a lesson, Gil Soou hurriedly turned back to ask about Jang Mi's situation. When he knew Jang Mi was okay, Gil Soou felt somewhat reassured. At the same time, on the other side, the other young thugs tried to sit up, breathing heavily, then quickly run away. When Jinder Il and Gyung Min arrived, everything was over. The hoodlums were gone. Jihye saw Gyung Min coming and she immediately screamed, "What are you two? It's just time to come. What are you guys doing out there?" At that moment, Gyung Min panicked and asked, "What's going on here?" Then Jihye pointed to the exit over there and told us that there were some thugs trying to bully us. Luckily, Gil Soou came to help. Otherwise we don't know what would have happened. However, when Jihye showed Gyung Min those hoodlums, all traces were left, was no longer there. In an alley near the city center, 3 young men, after running away from the karaoke bar, were talking about what happened just now. So those bastards were from 6 Gates. Right, okay, I heard them say that. Damn, they're so good, I can already beat them with just a few moves. But Big Brother is happy if they are that good. This time they will have to pay the price for their actions. Back to the scene of Gil Soou and the others. After everything ended, the whole group was now together walking around the street. Above it seems like Jihye is talking more closely with Jinder Il than Gyung Minimum. That action makes Gyung Min feel uncomfortable. On the other hand, behind her back, Jang Mi and Gil Soou are opening up. As we talk more, she excitedly praised Gil Soou for throwing some powerful punches, which was praised by girls, especially love at first sight, making Gil Soou extremely excited, facing for him. Perhaps this moment is the best day today. Looking at Jang Mi's smile makes his heart beat even more. Gil Soou thought to himself, today is really fun. I didn't expect senior Jang Chong to have such a lovely sister. At this moment, Jang Mi suddenly spoke up and said, "You practice very hard, looking at you fighting so strongly." Gil Soou felt embarrassed, replied, "You are no different. My brother wants me to learn some martial arts for self-defense. Senior is really thinking ahead. But thanks to that you can deal with those thugs. I was also taught many things by your brother." Are you also my brother's disciple? That's right. Before I transferred to school I encountered many difficulties. Fortunately I had a senior to guide me. Gil Soou mentioned. Here, Jang Mi was startled and screamed. So you are the transfer student in 10th grade. I didn't think I would meet you again. Hearing Jang Mi say that, Gil Soou began to feeling confused and blurting out. So did your brother talk about me? Oh my god. Gil Soou remembered the last farewell words that senior Jang Chong said to him. I wanted to show him concentration. How will success be achieved by working hard? Gil Soou thought. So at that time the senior said he wanted to show Jang Mi how damn. So the senior had already told Jang Mi everything. She already knows all the images of me failing before. Oh no. Gil Soou is very humiliated with his previous failures. Gil Soou is afraid of losing a good impression with Jang Mi. Suddenly Jang Mi took out her phone and said, I heard about that person at that time. I didn't think it was you. It's like a miracle that we met like this well. Let's keep in touch in the future. This suggestion made Gil Sou's face turn red. He felt like he was sprayed with hard glue for 5 seconds because of this wonderful moment. Holding the phone by Jang Mi, Gil Soou couldn't get rid of his dazed expression. Gil Soou thought to himself, it was indeed my lucky day. Switching scenes on an unfinished construction project. A group of young men were surrounding and brutally beating a person. He kept asking for his life. His face was covered with glasses like that, making it impossible for him to breathe. The young man's hairvang was very angry and angrily said, I told you, if you want to live, pay me quickly. I don't have any money, but I will definitely send it back to you. The guy who was being beaten had just finished when the blonde pulled the cover over his head. So that means you will do everything for me too. Okay, so you should run like an athlete first, let me see. Athlete or something. I'll do it, but please forgive me. No matter how much he begs. The blonde can't forgive him. Because you owe money, you have to pay it properly and in full, including principal and interest. At the same time, the 3 young men who were beaten to a pulp by Gil Soou and Jang Mi went home. He reported to the guy with the hair that there was a girl and a group of people. They clashed with our Baeksan group at a karaoke bar. She deserved to be punished. As soon as he finished speaking, the blonde used 2 fingers. I clamped his beak. Then the blonde slapped him hard and said, so that means you can't even hit a girl. The young man was both hurt and angry, trying to explain, it's not like that. The more he talked, the more the blonde guy trampled on him. You bastard, you've lost our face. You're doing nonsense, like how can I stand this? One of the guys in the group, after seeing the blonde boss's anger, quickly spoke up to clarify the situation. Boss, that girl is not alone. Simply put, he also brought along the kids at 6 gates. Hearing the word 6 gates, the blonde-haired boss immediately became uncomfortable. Next to him, the other 2 also took the opportunity to add, yes, that's why we lost. If it weren't for those guys, we would have beaten him up. The big brother suddenly showed a sinister smile and exclaimed, 6 gates, this is interesting. The next day at 6 gates school, his friend Gyung Min is feeling sorry for Jinder Il. Because since he met Ji-hye until now, he has not been able to get her contacted again, and he was extremely angry and blamed Jinder Il. He was the one who caused this. It was all because of you. Jinder Il didn't say much, now came to the 6 gates arena for me. While these 2 friends were arguing with each other, next to him, Gil Soou was happily chatting on the phone with his new crush. The passionate eyes of a lover immersed in text messages with no way out. This can be said to be Gil Sou's best days, when every day he receives messages from Jang Mi. Looking at the icon that Jang Mi sent by, it made Gil Soou happier than ever. He thought to himself, how could there be such a cute person like this? After a while, Gil Soou passed by Kang In Hae's class, and Park Yong-ho. Inside the classroom, Park Yong-ho was kneeling and begging Kang In Hae to spare his life. Due to his previous failure at the 6 gates arena, Park Yong-ho no longer had a place in this school. He was begging Kang In Hae to forgive him. Meanwhile, Kang In Hae didn't consider Park Yong-ho his friend. He was cunning and looked down at Park Yong-ho and said, you've bothered us too much. Do you understand? Get out of here. Just doing that will help us. Even though Park Yong-ho begged for forgiveness. But on the contrary, he received nothing but the saliva that Kang In Hae gave him. After spraying on Park Yong-ho's head, Kang In Hae jokingly said, there is no place for a coward like you here. So how dare you crawl here to study? If it were you, I would have died and finished the job. There. Outside, Soou looked at that scene without believing in the truth. He didn't understand why Kang In-hai was so terrible. Suddenly at this moment Jin De-il came and laid his hand on him. On Sou's shoulder and said, "Come on, don't get involved with that guy anymore." Soou wondered and immediately turned to ask Jin De-il, "Why does that guy want to follow Kang In-hai like that? There's nothing to be done about bullying in this school. Inside the school it's still peaceful, but outside it's different." "What's different outside?" Jin De-il. "In our area there is a company called Gang Un. It's quite a famous place. It's just a company, but in general it's quite chaotic. No joke. This gang is always on a large scale. They can take over the police to work. Tell them that the second son of Gang Un's gang leader is Kang In-hai." Soou exclaimed in surprise. "Kang In-hai?" Then Gyung Min laughed and said, "That's right, he's the one with that kind of family background. So the thugs always want to follow him and work for him. So that's how it is. It's true that this area always has many things that make me feel really scared." Scene change in a neighborhood when night has fallen. Jang Mi looked at her phone as she walked, complaining, "It's too late now, let's go home quickly." Wait. Suddenly there is a text message rang out on the phone screen. Jang Mi read the message and immediately smiled. She didn't know who sent her the message, but she seemed to be smiling happily. Suddenly behind her, Jang Mi has someone rushing forward. Jang Mi turns her head to look back when she hears an urgent voice. "Hey girl, help me." A girl is really running scared. Hurry forward and pray for Jang Mi's help. Without saying a word, that girl rushed straight into Jang Mi. She covered up and said, "There are some strange guys who keep chasing me," said as the girl looked scared and hugged Jang Mi. Jang Mi reassured the girl by saying she would call the police to help her. But the girl did not allow Jang Mi to go forward. Because the street outside would be caught by some hoodlums. She suggested that Jang Mi go to this side alley. And then the hoodlums that the other girl mentioned also appeared and blocked her head. "Ali." He stroked his hair and made a perverted face saying, "Ran away and hid there. Interesting. There's another girl." Jang Mi angrily approached and scowled and said, "You bastards. Stop now, I'll call the police." Not only was the scoundrel not afraid, he also laughed and said, "Really, miss, do you really want to report to the police?" While Jang Mi was arguing with the hoodlum, behind Jang Mi, the girl from earlier took out a stun gun. Then she immediately electrocuted Jang Mi and controlled Jang Mi. Jang Mi was paralyzed and helplessly fell down. What a fool. She could have been fooled. Are all beautiful girls this stupid? Jang Mi was extremely bitter when she heard these words. Even though she tried to use all her strength, she still couldn't struggle. As soon as her strength was exhausted, Jang Mi clenched her fists. Then said, "Why did you do that? Are you in the same group as them?" At this moment, the mastermind behind the group of people first appeared. He smiled cunningly and put his hands in his hands bag and said, "It's nice to meet you here. I heard you're good at fighting. Come play with me." Jang Mi tried to cheer her up but couldn't. He put on a show. With his devious face and despicable smile, he was the big brother of Baeksan group. At the same time, the tattooed young man who had teased Jang Mi and Jihye at the karaoke bar also appeared. Dispelling her bewilderment, standing behind the big brother of Baeksan group, he smiled and said, "If you think you can be okay, you made a big mistake after messing with our Baeksan group. You chose the wrong person." When you saw his appearance, Jang Mi then remembered that he was the name harassed her at the karaoke bar the other day. The big brother who didn't know how to love flowers or pearls immediately took the wooden stick that they had brought. Getting ready, he swung the wooden stick back, intending to hit Jang Mi to let her know what the consequences would be if she bumped into the Baeksan group gang. Jang Mi realized the bad situation was about to happen to her. She tried her best to get up, because she knew that if she just lay there like that, she would get hit by one of his sticks. While the boss swung the stick hard at Jang Mi successfully fell to the side to avoid the attack. He got angry and then shouted with a wicked smile, "What is that? Damn, can you still move?" The girl who secretly attacked Jang Mi, standing next to her, also smiled and said, "How can you dodge that? You're really amazing, but it doesn't matter. You can play with beautiful toys as many times as you like." "I like it." Looking at her toy, Jang Mi exclaimed in fear. Stopped. And then she also electrocuted Jang Mi once. The sound of her screaming suddenly disappeared. The girl collapsed before her pride. She smiled and said, if she had known a little, she would have done it a long time ago. You are really stubborn, girl. After seeing Jang Mi unconscious, I stood up and asked the leader of Baeksan group, what should I do now? Leave it to me. I will make sure to teach this baby to be obedient. Sir. At this time the leader grinned and replied, do you think I am? Do you have the leisure to play this game just to satisfy your animalistic desires? She is a girl with high exploitation value. Don't be reckless. After talking to her, the big brother turned around to instruct the juniors behind him. You guys, take it back to the base carefully. The juniors immediately responded, following the order, yes. At the same time, there was a person rushing towards the location of the Baeksan group gang that was planning to kidnap Jang Mi. The guy with the tattoo heard footsteps and was startled to turn around to look. It turned out that the person running was none other than our male lead Soou. He ran like an athlete. His long steps rushed towards them. The tattooed guy saw Soou rushing towards them and panicked. Together, he only had time to point his finger at the boy and exclaim, You. Soou immediately punched him with the power of a container truck crashing into a car parked on the side of the road. The tattooed guy soared high into the sky under the terror of his juniors standing around. The leader of Baeksan group glared at the scene just now and exclaimed in surprise. What the hell is that? Soou seeing the scene of Jang Mi being tortured by them until she lay motionless. His heart felt that way. Sou's conscience was guilty. If only he had come sooner. Just a little faster, then this wouldn't have happened. Soou was filled with anger, gritted his teeth and turned to look back at the group of people. The story returned to 30 minutes earlier, to know why Soou had here. After finishing fighting at the Six Gates arena, Soou was breathing heavily and muttering, fighting was really tiring today. After walking for a while, Soou suddenly remembered his crush Jang Mi. The boy took out his phone and thought, I wonder what Jang Mi is doing right now. Soou immediately took the initiative to text Jang Mi and ask what she was doing. Because it was midnight, Soou was afraid that Jang Mi was already asleep and wouldn't answer him. But what surprised him was that as soon as he finished texting, Jang Mi immediately responded, I'm on my way home. Hey, I just got off work. I'm on my way home. I'm passing by a karaoke bar today. A weekday but it's so empty. How about I come in and sing a little? I received an invitation from Jang Mi. Soou shyly muttered, Jang Mi is free right now. Coincidentally I also want to sing for a while. And was about to reply to her message when Sou's eyes suddenly changed strangely. Because at this time Jang Mi sent Soou a text message that she was being attacked. And the last word was long. And that time was also when she used the stun gun to prepare to attack Jang Mi. She tried to hide her other hand, to take full advantage of the opportunity to send a text message to her friend Soou for help. Because Jang Mi couldn't look at the phone, the words were written very detailed. Is urgent. Soou read the messages from Jang Mi. He realized there was something strange about this message, so he ran as fast as he could to get here and rescue his crush. Looked at the group of people together torturing Jang Mi, making Soou unable to calm down anymore. On the other side, among the 3 juniors who were beaten to a pulp by Soou the day before, they also quickly pointed at him and told their big brother, it was him. He was the student at Six Gates that day. When the big brother heard that, he immediately smiled mischievously and said, I didn't expect to meet each other at this place. Six Gates High School is really hot-tempered. Over here Soou put his hands up and raised his voice to tell them, you guys have chosen the wrong person to cause trouble. You are done for today. To me. Sou's words had just ended when the fat guy in the black shirt rushed forward with his fist and said, are you planning to take on all of us by yourself? Let's die. However, when his punch was thrown, Soou quickly dodged, and immediately after that, Soou gave him a punch right in the face. He lost consciousness and fell to the ground. At the same time, 2 other juniors also quickly rushed towards Soou. They ran and shouted, do they want to die that much? Of course. Next was the group of kicks. The attack movements of the 2 of them were all stopped by him. After stopping, the boy threw back each punch at these 2 guys. The first punch went straight into the stomach of the guy on the left. The guy on the right saw his brothers being beaten, so he also threw another punch. Soou kicked and stomped down. He quickly took a stance to block his downward kick. And at the same time, Soou used a punch from his left arm to punch Soou's standing leg. Of course, it was just a punch to distract him. He kept focusing on looking down at his standing leg without taking precautions. Then immediately, Soou punched him from below and hit him right in the chin. And defeated 3 guys. He thought to himself, these guys are much weaker than the students at 6 gates. No matter how many guys like that rush in, I can still handle them. Okay. While thinking, another guy jumped straight at him with his fists. So he was also thrown backwards by Soou. The power of the kick was extremely powerful. At the same time, a wooden stick shot straight towards me. The wooden bar hit Soou's shoulder hard. He was in pain when he was hit by this unexpected attack. The person who sneaked in was the leader of the Baeksan group. He smiled happily and said, I'm also very curious about the 6 gates. Let's see how strong you guys are. As soon as he finished speaking, Soou jumping back, big brother Han Jae-hoo also quickly jumped towards Soou. Han Jae-hoo frantically used a wooden stick to fiercely attack Soou. But all of his efforts were meaningless, as Soou quickly dodged his attacks. However, it is also extremely difficult for Soou to avoid those attacks. Because this boss's speed is quite agile. After a while of dodging his attacks, Soou suddenly jumped up in front of him. The surprise of the leader of Baeksan group. Soou jumped up, then swung his legs to create a kick in the air to attack Han Jae-hoo. Who are you to dare to judge me? Just now, kicked. Soou just used an aggressive tone to talk to him. Han Jae-hoo used the wooden stick in his hand to block the kick from Soou. The wooden stick was broken. The big brother was not afraid. I laughed arrogantly and said, that's so bitter. It's not bad, kid, just have fun. After the big brother broke his stick, Soou frantically attacked him, seeing that he didn't attack him, but just keep moving back. Soou angrily shouted, you can't fight without a stick. Come here you bastard. Because you were too enthusiastic with punches to avenge Jang Mi. Soou was without protecting himself. He put his foot out and pushed his foot away. Soou lost his momentum and fell forward. Before falling, Soou panicked and thought, damn, I'm too hasty. He fell down and accidentally hit his face against the girl's chest and electrocuted Jang Mi. The leader of Baeksan group turned around and smiled and said, this guy is more difficult to deal with than I thought. It's so annoying, isn't it? Dealing with you is tiring. Turns out Soou just landed right between the 2 mountains of her daughter from the Baeksan group gang. She looked down a bit bewildered at her hands squeezing her breasts. Besides her bewilderment, Soou's face was red from the collision just now. Both panicked and shy Soou screamed, I'm not that kind of person. Sorry, apologized to Soou for that. But she didn't care about it. She pressed her gun and said on her face, why is she so shy but so cute? Look at the object electricity in her hand. Soou was stunned, thinking, is that a stun gun? Jang Mi must have been done the same by them. Was thinking when she raised the stun gun forward and said, you're still so cute, I'm going crazy. Looking at this item in front of him, Soou trembled and could do nothing but stand still and endure the battle. But the unexpected happened, when Jang Mi suddenly woke up and kicked her electric gun into the sky. Soou looked at the person who saved him in surprise. The girl from the Baeksan group was extremely surprised by the appearance. Jang Mi's appearance. Only then did Soou realize that that person was Jang Mi. Over here, after the electric gun was kicked away, she angrily screamed, no way, I was sure I had knocked you out. How could you wake up? Jang Mi then held a piece of wood in her hand. Then she smiled arrogantly and said, I just bought a new toy. My sister saw. It turns out before that, when the leader of Baeksan group used his wood to quickly hit Jang Mi. And she used all her strength to avoid that attack. The small piece of wood that was broken off accidentally hit her back. At the very moment the woman of the Baeksan group gang held the stun gun in her hand and said some arrogant words. Can you stand that? It's really great. But it doesn't matter, beautiful toys can be played with as many times as you like. At that time Jang Mi repeatedly spoke up to stop. And she also quickly tucked in the song, wood inside her shirt. When her electric gun pricked her body, that electric current directly came into contact with the wooden stick, and the fact that Jang Mi fainted was also the fact that she pretended to deceive them. After being told by Jang Mi, She was extremely angry and shouted, "This obnoxious girl." At the same time, the big brother of Baeksan group also spoke up and said, "Hey, you're terrible. You did this. It's too much." Gil-soo and Jang Mi leaned back against each other, posing both defensively and offensively. Gil-soo asked Jang Mi, "Are you okay?" Jang Mi quickly replied, "Okay, thanks to you I just had time to recover." This moment, when both of them shouted at the same time. Good, now let's start the lesson. This is also the duel match of this new couple since the beginning. We have known each other until now. On this side, Han Jae-hoo, the leader of Baeksan group, saw the scene of Gil-soo and Jang Mi standing in a defensive position. He looked interested and said, "I don't want to make a fuss, but in the end it ended up like this. Do you think that not having that stun gun would change anything?" As soon as he finished his sentence, something flashed towards his face. Turned out to be Gil-soo's fist. He didn't say much to him. He used his fist to hit him directly in the face to confirm that the strength of the students of Six Gates School was not only just a simple punch to his face. Gil-soo also gave him another powerful punch as a bonus. While punching Gil-soo, he said aggressively, "Get ready, I'll tell you what happens if you pass the list." World. Just like that, Gil-soo frantically threw his fist low into the face of the big brother of Baeksan group. At the same time, on this side, the woman was not wearing her clothes properly. When she saw Jang Mi taking a defensive stance, she also laughed and said, "You not only have good stamina but are also very brave. But it's better to just lie there. Stand up and you won't see anything good. I will defeat you even with my bare hands." She said, "I just started raising my hands in a fighting stance against Jang Mi." Faced with those challenges, Jang Mi was not afraid. She was even more excited than ever. She clapped her hands to warm up and responded, "Lying down is comfortable, but I can't. If you can't stand injustice, you stay there, bitch." I only saw that woman give me a despicable smile. Then immediately she rushed straight to Jang Mi with her two fists. "I will force you to obey me." Return to Gil-soo's battle and the leader of Baeksan group. After receiving several consecutive punches from Gil-soo, he fell backwards with an extremely painful expression. Gil-soo stood looking down at him and then squeezed his hand to make a face. Contemptuously said, "You're nothing special, you bastard." But at this moment, the words and actions of the big brother of Baeksan group made Gil-soo extremely surprised. "I was expecting, hey, is that all you have? The warm-up is done, the game is just starting now," the leader of Baeksan group said as he covered his mouth with his hand. He put some kind of pill in his mouth, then immediately swallowed it. After he put the pill in his mouth, he quickly rushed straight towards Gil-soo. He continuously threw several extremely powerful and agile punches that made Gil-soo panicked and thought to himself, "What? Can he still move? His endurance is quite good." While Gil-soo was still thinking, suddenly the punch of the leader of Baeksan group hit Gil in the stomach. Soo, looking at Gil-soo's face, you can see how powerful his punch was. He smiled smugly and raised his voice to say, "I've already checked you. You can't touch me. I can't do it anymore. You bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately put all his strength into his knee and threw it straight at Gil-soo's face. Gil-soo was in pain. His eyes closed and he gritted his teeth silently. Thought, this power is no joke. He took out this power like that. The big brother of Baeksan group threw crazy punches at Gil-soo. He didn't give Gil-soo any chance to counterattack. As he continued to beat him, he insulted Gil-soo. "When you were beaten, you only woke up, right? Where is your previous arrogance?" Although Gil-soo was beaten very painfully, he tried to light up the fire that was gradually dying inside him. The more he saw his strength, the more the fire inside him burned. Thinking about his face and his disgusted smile, the more Gil-soo more determined to awaken the devil inside him. Unable to accept being oppressed and beaten like that anymore, Gil-soo must face it. Only this way will make him stronger. Gil-soo slacked his foot, stomped back hard to gain momentum. The leader of Baeksan group was a bit surprised with that resistance, because in front of him was a guy called the Tough King, and that stubborn king was stand firm against his fists. Even at this moment, that stubborn king reached behind him and grabbed his aunt. He tried to push Gil-soo back when Gil-soo approached him, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't push Gil-soo away. And neither did Gil-soo, even though he tried his best to knock him down. But Gil-soo couldn't do it. There was no other way. Gil-soo decided to use his iron head attack, to the surprise of the leader of the Baeksan group. Then Gil-soo let him know whose head is really hard. After using the iron head attack, both of them were frantically giving each other punches. And everyone was in a state of pain when being attacked by the other. However, it was also the most difficult thing ever encountered by the big brother of Baeksan group, because he had never seen anyone dare to risk their life and rush straight into the opponent without thinking. After a while of inconclusive fighting, Gil-soo now had the upper hand. Gil-soo threw a hook punch from below, hitting him straight in the chin. While he was in pain and staggered, Gil-soo fell down and said, "This is the skill of a student at 6th school. Gates. Are you curious? Okay, look closely. This is the fist of a first-year student." Gil-soo screamed madly, then threw a punch. The punch for Gil-soo's efforts. It was as strong as how Gil-soo achieved the maximum score of 9,999. The leader of Baeksan group flew back. Gil-soo approached where he was. Lying down, breathing lightly, he said, "You shouldn't try to defeat someone from their background." After defeating the big brother of Baeksan group, only then did Gil-soo barely remember, before he suddenly rushed at him. He did something quite strange. It felt like he had eaten something. But then there was something more important that Gil-soo had to remember. It was her crush Jang Mi. Gil-soo panicked and turned back to see how Jang Mi was doing. But what made Gil-soo the most unexpected was Jang Mi. Defeated that girl a long time ago. Jang Mi was standing tall with one foot on that girl's face and clapped her hands and smiled, saying, "That was a beautiful victory. I finished early, but it seems like just needing you alone is enough." Gil-soo was embarrassed, scratching his head and thinking. Now looking back, she looked so much like her brother, senior Jang Chong. Right now Jang Mi's anger out of anger. She grabbed the other woman's collar and shouted in anger, "Bitch, why did you do such a dirty thing?" She was scared, raised her hands and begged, "I don't know, I have nothing to do with Baeksan group. I only do it for money." This is what she said. Gil-soo thought of that stupid name Jang Mi while going to karaoke. Baeksan group. Thinking about it, at that moment, thinking for a moment, Gil-soo raised his voice and asked her, "What is the Baeksan group? What are they doing here? They even gave you money to beat her. What are you jealous about?" Here, seeing Gil-soo's fierce tone, she quickly blurted out, "You really don't know," which is also true. If you're a student at 6 Gates, you might still not know. Started about half a year ago. Baeksan Group is an association of high schools that suddenly appeared in Yongneung. The scale is too large to be called a simple gangster group. Famous people in Yongneung are all gathered there. There are violent gangs like this around here. The growth rate of the Baeksan Group is really scary. Hearing this, Gil-soo wondered. An alliance of high schools. She frowned in surprise and replied, "Not knowing how you guys got involved with the Baeksan Group." The target Han Jae-hoo mentioned was a 6 Gate student. She told about the time she receiving money from Baeksan Group leader Han Jae-hoo. "What? Paying this much money for such a simple task? Do you have any other plans?" Then he replied, "I'll give it to you just to be sure. It could be your chance to score. If you create some 6 Gates toys, I think I can join 5 Dragon." Her words mentioned the 6 Gates. Gil-soo shouted in panic. They aimed at the 6 Gates. Not Jang Mi. Why? Most of the schools in Yongneung were swallowed up by the Baeksan Group. But still, as for the northern area where the 6 Gates occupied. The more he talked about it, the more curious Gil-soo became about the new things outside. Gil-soo remembered what Han Jae-hoo said earlier. "I was curious about those bastard 6 Gates. Let's go see their skills." Gil-soo thought to himself. Come to think of it, he kept saying to test his 6 Gates skills. While still absent-mindedly thinking, the other side there, the woman stood up and said in fear, "Anyway, I've told everything I know. I really don't know anything else. I'm leaving. I didn't think I'd be able to escape after telling everything." The whole incident. Who would have thought that at this moment, Jang Mi would grab her shirt, and to her surprise, Jang Mi did not let her go. Because her opponent electrocuted her body. Only saw her smile sinisterly. And then her moans rang out. At the end of that battle, Jang Mi and Gil-soo walked home together. After the last incident, at this point, the two of them became even closer. As Gil-soo walked away, he turned to say to Jang Mi, I'm sorry for letting you fall into this situation because you got involved in my school for no reason. Jang Mi now gently replied to Gil Soou. It's okay, you're not wrong and have to apologize. Besides, I also have a relationship with 6 gates. A blood relationship is a relationship. Inseparable. Having said this, Gil Soou pointed at Jang Mi, smiled happily and exclaimed, that's right. Seniors Jang Chong and Jang Mi also quickly interrupted his words. Maybe we will be entangled with each other at some point. Gil Soou smiled with satisfaction. Jang Mi turned to Gil Soou and said, I'm very happy that you think so. Baeksan group bastards are fierce, though it's impossible to defeat the 6 gates that senior Jang Chong holds. And the people I faced today aren't that scary. At this moment, Jang Mi smiled brightly like a flower and interrupted. Yes, because my brother is very special. But you also look quite cool. Thank you, I owe you twice already. Gil Soou blushed and looked at the smiling Jang Mi, thinking, I'm so happy to have saved you. Jang Mi. A while later, in the neighborhood where the Baeksan group lost to Gil Soou and Jang Mi. A certain guy is angry, very upset, needy of a guy in the Baeksan group, while big brother Han Jae-hoo is also kneeling down and begging for the other guy. Brother, I don't intend to do that. Where? At this time, his tone was a bit fierce as he exclaimed, Han Jae-hoo, the problem is that you don't know your identity and do useless things. Han Jae-hoo was scared and accepted. He begged earnestly, then repeatedly said, sorry, I'm sorry, I just thought I just needed to take over this area. As soon as I said this, the mysterious guy completely stomped the sole of his foot on his face and said, even if you don't care, Jung Neung's plan to conquer the north has already been prepared. Han Jae-hoo has been upgraded to a player since that day. Now, his words and images are extremely fierce. A mysterious expression, a new mysterious power appears. Han Jae-hoo accepts what this mysterious guy said. He just needs to forgive, it's okay for him. And the power of this character is also extremely scary. His name is Tyrone Kwon. Belongs to the Baeksan group. 5 Dragons number 5. After receiving Han Jae-hoo's request, he grinned and said, it'll be fun to watch you as a player. See you at the Coliseum. In an alley, there was a group of young men standing in front with their hands clasped, timidly listening to a guy teaching. You guys, you look like you're all teenagers. What are you thinking, daring to run away from home like that? He put his hand on his cheek, smiling dangerously and said, so you guys want to go to Heavenly Wind? One of the guys in the group used all his courage to say a few words to him. Yes, it's been about a month since we ran away from home. I heard that when we come here, we have a place to eat and live. It turns out that these are a bunch of kids who ran away from home, going to the bush, and they heard about the situation that, when they joined the Heavenly Wind Gang, they would be provided with food and accommodation without having to spend money. However, as soon as the young man finished speaking, a fist hit him straight in the face. The other guy's punching force was extremely formidable. Just throwing a simple punch sent this boy flying towards the fence in the distance. The other young men looked at the scene that had just happened, were immediately scared. Their faces were covered in sweat. After punching this boy and sitting with his face motionless, he angrily said, what? Take care of the accommodation. Hey, do you think Heavenly Wind is a charity organization? You idiots. He is the leader of the Heavenly Wind Gang. That's why his words are so powerful. With the name Gong Jinsub, he has built this Heavenly Wind Gang for quite a long time. After the group saw Gong Jinseob's anger, they were scared and ran away to find a place to hide, constantly begging and shouting, come on, we're sorry, from now on we won't dare come here anymore. Looking at the kids trying to run away, Gong Jinsub exclaimed a little disappointed. So he left his friends and ran away. What a bunch of cowards. Then Gong Jinsub sat down on the chair, muttering a few complaints under his breath. These new guys are so bad. There's no one decent. Why can't we find someone who can be of use? The junior next to him lit a cigarette for him and quickly replied. Probably due to Baeksan Group's influence. All the good guys have disappeared. Now I can't leave Heavenly Wind forever. They can't be a small gang anymore. They have to be stronger. Gong Jinsub was muttering to his juniors. At the same time, on their right there was a voice exclaiming, are they short of people? Gong Jinseob's junior gritted his teeth in panic when he discovered that it was Park Yongho. I don't know why Park Yongho appeared here. He put his hands in his pockets with a smug look on his face and said, "Why is Heavenly Wind so short of people?" The whole group on this side heard his words, which were like strong insults to their gang. They immediately became angry, clenched their fists, and faced his voice, fiercely said, "Is this guy crazy? Do you know where this is and dare to come here?" Park Yong-ho smiled handsomely and pointed at the group of kids who left and said, "I might as well try to come in. Here, compared to the guys who just got kicked out, I'm a real deal." As soon as Park Yong-ho finished speaking, Big Brother Gong Jinsub approached him and said, "Yong-ho, can't you tell right from wrong? I've already kicked you out and you still dare to come back. It's true that this son of a bitch has no integrity at all. I'm not an easygoing person either. If you want to come back, there has to be something." Park Yong-ho's words and facial expressions made Gong Jinsub a bit surprised. "I can do anything you ask me to do. I will do everything." Hearing this sentence from Park Yong-ho made Gong Jinseob's smile become sinister. And then he also accepted Park Yong-ho to return to his Heavenly Wind gang. The next day, at school, Gil Soou was complaining that he was too tired, because he worked too hard and he intended to go to the medical room to ask for medicine. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he suddenly saw Park Yong-ho and a group of students standing around chatting about something. A guy with a horse mane was saying to Park Yong-ho, "You must have been having a hard time lately. Sometimes there are times when this is hot. Kang In-hae is a bit strict. So we will give you another chance. If we say more just a little bit, Kang In-hae will accept you back." It turns out that these are some young men in Kang In-hae's group. They are saying insulting words and then forcing Park Yong-ho to beg them. Then they will promised Kang In-hae to let him return to the gang. But what they cannot expect is that at this time, Park Yong-ho does not lower himself and beg them. On the contrary, he even frowned and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Get to the point. Why are you saying that?" Immediately, the horse-haired guy put his arm on Park Yong-ho's shoulder and smiled and said, "You're still the same, right? I heard that when you were in Heavenly Wind, you were very close with the girls, right? Because they also ran away from home so they would probably get along very well with each other. We were going to ask you to introduce some of them." As soon as the horse-haired man's words ended, Park Yong-ho pushed his hand away in annoyance. Park Yong-ho frowned and turned away with an annoyed tone. "I have no intention of being your lackey. Let's go." The horse-haired man heard Park Yong-ho's unpleasant tone, making him extremely uncomfortable as well. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Intending to play with you for fun." But instead he was despised. As he spoke, he threw out the can of Coke he picked up in the trash. Then threw it straight at Park Yong-ho and shouted, "This bitch doesn't know what kind of superhuman force." Park Yong-ho turned around and threw a punch. The hook kick caused the can of Coke just now to fly past the horse-haired man and his accomplice walking next to him. "Don't even dream. I'm only playing with you because of the gang unclan. Do you think I will let you? Are you bullying me when I've already dropped out of school?" When they received the news that Park Yong-ho dropped out of school, the two of them gasped in surprise and exclaimed, "What? Dropped out of school? What does that mean? Does Kang In-hae know? Are you telling the truth?" Park Yong-ho wasn't embarrassed. On the contrary, he raised his middle finger in contempt and smiled and said, "Why is studying at this damn school tiring? You guys stay here. Please lick Kang In-hae's ass." In the background, Gil Soou heard Park Yong-ho say he would skip school. His mind couldn't escape the surprise and crazy thoughts. After class at school that day, Park Yong-ho was holding a box of study materials brought home from school. He was walking in his head while regulating his thoughts about Kang In-hae and Gang Unclan. He didn't want to worry about himself. As for those two names, what he wants now is to start over with the Heavenly Wind gang. Suddenly a voice called out from behind him, "Hey, Park Yong-ho, I have something to tell you. I heard you were planning to drop out of school." After hearing that Park Yong-ho dropped out of school, Gil Soou secretly followed him to find an opportunity to ask questions about this unexpected problem. Gil Soou thought that Park Yong-ho dropped out of school because of his failed performance at the Six Gates Arena. Gil Soou quickly suggested to Park Yong-ho that they would both go back to school. Came there to clean up after the recent battle. At that time Park Yong-ho's face suddenly became angry. Park Yong-ho threw the box of documents and school supplies on the ground, and then ran to grab Gil Soou's collar to his surprise. Park Yong-ho said angrily and annoyed, This bitch. You like it a lot. Don't you? Do you think that's the end? At that time, Soou was a little panicked about the actions that Park Yong-ho was doing. As if he had provoked the fierce beast inside Park Yong-ho to burst out. Park Yong-ho shouted angrily, "When you go out on the street, remember to look first and then look later. You dog. It's not just that damn arena anymore. I'll kill you out here too. Vent all the anger inside you." Park Yong-ho turned around and left. As he walked away, he turned his head and cursed under his breath. Damn, this is so annoying. The strange action made Sou's mind think a lot about previous times. It has nothing to do with me. But I couldn't bear to think that. While Park Yong-ho was leaving, a letter accidentally fell in his file box. And that letter fell in front of his feet, by Soou. Soou looked down at that letter in surprise. That night at a gas station, a group of people were sitting in front of a fire-lit drum and talking to each other. Pitifully, "This body, I heard you lost everything this week. It's all because of Heavenly Wind. They don't know how to respect anyone. They even ask for protection money. Those dogs don't have any morals. Don't worry, I'll settle the score with Heavenly Wind guys soon. They have a lot of people but they're all trash." At the same time they were talking, outside Park Yong-ho walked inside holding a stick in his hand. They were surprised to see Park Yong-ho's appearance. In response to that surprise, then Park Yong-ho announced to your group that you have two choices. One is to join Heavenly Wind. The other is to disappear somewhere else. Park Yong-ho said with a determined face. Which one do you choose? Right now, they have realized that this is Park Yong-ho. They just smiling contemptuously. He said, "Isn't that guy Park Yong-ho? I heard he used to follow Kang in Hae. Even joined the reserve organization. And now he's been returned to Heavenly Wind. What a shameless person." Hearing those words made Park Yong-ho feel uncomfortable. He remembered the scene when he came to meet Gong Jin-sub. Gong Jin-sub told him, "Do you know Ma Yun-jeon? That guy is spying on the area hours. Go deal with it. Letting the others grow will only do harm. Deal with that case well. I will consider accepting you back to Heavenly Wind." Remembering Gong Jin-seob's words, Park Yong-ho thought there was no other way. If he wanted to regain his position, he had to destroy this group of people. While Park Yong-ho was thinking, then two guys in the other group came forward with sticks. As they rushed towards them, they said, "This guy only has a mouth. Are you tired of living? Or do you dare to come here alone?" He grabbed a stick and hit Park hard. Yong-ho. Fortunately Park Yong-ho quickly used his stick to block that attack. But the unexpected force of the attack made it extremely difficult for Park Yong-ho. And at the same time, a guy behind him was coming forward. He thought it was an easy opportunity so he happily blocked the attack on Park Yong-ho. Then Park Yong-ho quickly used his foot to block his attack. He opened his mouth in bewilderment and looked up at Park Yong-ho. "What's wrong? Those legs are bulletproof. Dog." Finished speaking, Park Yong-ho threw a kick that sent both guys flying back. Seeing his brothers being beaten, Ma Yun-jeon and his juniors were extremely angry. On the opposite side, Park Yong-ho was not afraid at all. He even challenged them all to rush in at once. And so the battle officially began. On one side was Park Yong-ho was rushing in alone, holding a stick in his hand. Here, 4 or 5 people from Ma Yun-jeon's group were also rushing in madly. At that difficult moment, Park Yong-ho shouted to himself, "That I must win at all costs." At the same time at Gong Jin-seob's base, he was holding a photo taken with Park Yong-ho and staring at it. The junior next to him, next to wonder, he asked, "Boss, are you really going to take back Park Yong-ho? Take that guy back." "No way." "Then why did you ask him to do that? If we handle this, it will be easy to deal with other groups. Even if Park Yong-ho loses, we won't lose anything." Park Yong-ho is selling his life to Gong Jin-sub to return to Heavenly Wind. He is very tenacious, trying to endure the blows to win. But over here, Gong Jin-sub did not even consider the existence of Park Yong-ho in his group Heavenly Wind. Holding the photo in his hand, he turned on fire, then immediately burned the commemorative photo of him and Park Yong-ho when they were young. People like Park Yong-ho, when they get tired of using it, they throw it away, return to the gas station along the city center. At this time Park Yong-ho had won. He knocked down the other guys lying on the ground. Ma Yun-jeon was scared and spoke hesitantly when Park Yong-ho approached him. Hey, are you a monster? The first time I met you, you weren't this strong. In response to Ma Yun-jian's surprised words, Park Yong-ho wiped the blood from his face and replied with a cunning smile. Now it's different. Don't compare it to before. I said there were 2 choices earlier. Right, now there's only one left. Bitch, get out of my sight. Immediately Park Yong-ho used his foot to kick Ma Yun-jian's face. Park Yong-ho's eyes lit up. Madness, along with a sinister smile. But at this moment his eyes suddenly became cold and a groan came out. Ma Yun-jian was eliminated. Scene changes at 6 Gates Medical School. 2 students were holding a box of Park Yong-ho's leftover school supplies and leaving. As they walked, they talked to each other. Damn Park Yong-ho, he can still do tricks even when he's out of school. Why do we have to clean up his stuff? And you know what? What do you know? That guy Park Yong-ho heard that he's returned to Heavenly Wind. He said he's going to go beat up the guys he hates there. 6 Gates. Just be careful, the Heavenly Wind guys don't know what the heavens and earth are. And it's unclear why the Heavenly Wind guys accepted it. The words of the 2 classmates at that time were vague. Through Gil-soo's ears, he looked up at those 2 friends and heard a little story about Park Yong-ho. Suddenly Gil-soo looked at Jin De-il and asked, "Have you heard about Park Yong-ho dropping out of school?" Jin De-il replied, "I heard a little about it. But lately I haven't seen it anywhere. Maybe he was dumped by Kang In-hae. Of course it must be like that. Without Kang In-hae then how can he survive in school?" Jin De-il mentioned this, causing Gil-soo's confusion to flare up. He continued asking, "Jin De-il, is he quitting school? Does anyone play with him?" Young Min also spoke up at this time. Who would want to play with him? If it weren't for Kang In-hae's gang, he would definitely be isolated. Gil-soo doesn't know what more could he say. He blushed and replied like that. At the end of class, that afternoon when the sunlight gradually faded over time, at an orphanage there was a group of kids playing. This game can be described as follows. 1 seeker will stand facing the tree. The remaining players line up behind. Move quickly towards the seeker and touch the tree with their hands before the seeker speaks. If you finish that sentence, you will win. And if you are caught moving while the seeker turns around to observe, so I will be forced to be the seeker's piece and have to hold the seeker's hand. The whole group of kids were playing enthusiastically in the late afternoon sunlight, when suddenly a figure of someone else came from behind them. To listen to the kids talking, Gil-soo also stood still, dissolving into the game with those kids. All of them, seeing Gil-soo coming, surprised eyes turned towards Gil-soo. Gil-soo also scratched his head shyly at this time when the kids asked who was that. "Hello guys, I'm looking for someone. Is there anyone here named Young-hae-sun?" As soon as Gil-soo's question ended, a female voice suddenly rang out from behind. "What are you looking for me for? I'm Young-hae-sun, a pretty female student with a perfect figure who walked out of the gate." After that, the 2 met on the bench to discuss business. Gil-soo gave the girl a letter that he had picked up when Park Yong-ho dropped it. And the sender of this letter was Young-hae-sun, from the Jang-neung loving home. Holding the letter in his hand, emotionally Young-hae-sun choked up when Gil-soo sent her the news that Park Yong-ho had dropped out of school. Gil-soo explained to her that he himself found this letter when Park Yong-ho packed his things out of school. And he also didn't know where Park Yong-ho's house was. So he followed the address of the letter and came here to give it to Young-hae-sun. Gil-soo remembered that when he picked up that letter, he had no choice but to bring the letter here. When Young-hae-sun suddenly bowed her face, her voice filled with emotion. "But I didn't know how to return it to him. After that, you and Park Yong-ho were very close. After Park Yong-ho left the shelter, I didn't know where he lived. I only knew the school address, so I wrote a letter to him." At this moment, Gil-soo shouted in panic. Is Park Yong-ho from here?" Young-hae-sun's eyes were filled with sadness. She said, "Mr. Yong-ho is also an orphan like the rest of the children. Here, we've lived here since we were little." She remembered when she was little. There was a time when she was bullied by bigger kids just because she wanted to protect the little ones. They were overbearing, came here to steal money from children without fathers and mothers, also known as orphans. In front of tears of fear from the children, the fat guy with the arrogant horse mane said, "You orphans are really noisy. Remember to bring enough money with you in the future. If you don't like it, just go home and tell your parents." Children in shelters are often discriminated against and bullied by outsiders. But every time something like that happened, there was a timely appearance from a person. But that person did not know what to do. None other than Park Yong-ho. Yong-ho bravely protected his younger siblings in his orphaned home. Yong-ho is like a hero in the eyes of the children here. But it is this guy named Park Yong-ho who is bullied. Yong-ho is always beaten up by the street kids. Another market. Because there were more of them, Park Yong-ho couldn't do anything but be brutally beaten and tortured. Orphans can't do anything. It's true that people without parents usually don't. Know your own strength. Yong-ho, you're an orphan, so you have to know your fate. Why keep relying on yourself like that? Park Yong-ho's pitiful past keeps repeating itself like that when he was young. And it seemed like no one could help him. In middle school, he began to be bullied more severely. And the person who was always cheerful and affable like him gradually became darker. During that miserable time, he went to a place. That place is called Heavenly Wind. Standing in front of a big villa, Park Yong-ho decided to make friends with gangsters and he asked to join the gang. After he ran away from the loving home, after a long time, he came back to visit his younger siblings here with a completely different form. This form made the children almost not recognize him. Even Young Hae-sun also felt scared by his tattooed body. However, when he met the children again, Park Yong-ho was not fierce. He happily laughed and hugged the children here, like an older brother seeing his youngest brothers after a long time. With the warm smile of a man who looks extremely fierce on the outside but is gentle when he meets his younger brothers in his house. Returning to reality, Young Hae-sun continued to tell Yong-ho, every month he brings us gifts. But recently he hasn't come anymore, so I'm also worried, and now he's absent from school. I don't know what to do. Hearing the description of Park Yong-ho from Young Hae-sun, Soou thought to himself. The name Park Yong-ho, she said. It sounds like a different person. At this moment Young Hae-sun's hands are shaking. She had tears streaming down her face. Sometimes I was scared, afraid that one day, the Yong-ho I knew would disappear, and become the scary guy. Looked at the scene of Hae-sun crying. Soou also felt sadness in his heart, but he had no way to comfort her. That night, at his villa, Heavenly Wind Organization, Gong Jin-sub is in his rage. He uses a wrench to beat his junior in the group, just because this guy is useless and can't earn enough for the target he set. Because the junior begged pitifully and promised to make up for it next month. Gong Jin-sub mercifully ignored it, but he also did not forget the threats he gave to those who did not earn enough money to pay him. At this moment Gong Jin-sub has just approaching Park Yong-ho. He looked back and mumbled, "Kids these days are really weak. We weren't that bad back then. Right, Yong-ho, I need a crazy guy like you. You've erased Ma Yun-jian's gang, but you're still alive." Park Yong-ho clicked his tongue and coldly replied, "Those guys aren't even alive." At this time, Gong Jin-sub sat down on the chair and said in a joking tone, "Okay, it's like you've redeemed yourself. Let me think about whether I should let you into Heavenly Wind." This statement made Park Yong-ho a bit surprised. He got angry and walked back to Gong Jin-seob's chair and shouted, "What do you mean? Don't you just need to erase Ma Yun-jian to be accepted back in?" Faced with Yong-ho's attitude, Gong Jin-sub calmly smiled and said, "Yong-ho, since you betrayed, the evaluation of abilities has become more strict." Park Yong-ho was very bitter in his heart, but he still restrained himself. He controlled his anger and asked in a harsh voice, "So what else should I do?" Gong Jin-sub replied, "You said you would do anything, right?" In front of Park Yong-ho's surprised eyes, Gong Jin-sub smiled sinisterly and said, "Then can you kill people?" This statement made Park Yong-ho a bit startled. He stood still for 5 seconds, then stammered out a few words. What? Murder?" Hearing Park Yong-ho's scared tone made Gong Jin-sub unable to control the laughter in his heart. He immediately held his stomach and said, filled with joy, "Damn it, it's so funny to you. This idiot really believes it. He really believes it. Hey, stop making that stupid face." Park Yong-ho was seriously begging to join the group. Yet he turned into a clown and made fun of them. Park Yong-ho was extremely angry. He shouted, "Fuck this guy, it's only fair that you're joking." At that moment, Gong Jin-sub suddenly put out his cigarette and said in a dangerous tone, "But, it's not a joke. What you have to do is just as thrilling as killing someone." While Park Yong-ho wondered what that was about, Then Gong Jinsub turned on the lighter and put it in front of Park Yong-ho's face and said, "Just need you to burn a motorbike. The deposit is several hundred. You've been doing it lately. I know, it's hard to find a job like this," said Gong Jinsub while handing over the money, but he was hired by another person to do it and gave it to Park Yong-ho. And this was also a mission for Park Yong-ho to be able to return to the Heavenly Wind Gang. "You told me to burn the car. That's right, you can do it. After finishing this job, you will be able to return to Heavenly Wind." That night on the way home, in Park Yong-ho's heart was filled with thoughts about Gong Jinseob's words. He was like a lost soul as he walked away thinking, "Are you telling me to burn the car? If something bad happens, how can I escape from the re-education camp? Created the sky, now it's funny to worry about these things." Suddenly he looked up. He couldn't believe that he had come to Jang Neung's loving home without realizing, while secretly blaming himself for why he came here. Then suddenly a girl appeared behind him. She exclaimed, "Mr. Yong-ho." Park Yong-ho was startled and turned his head to look behind, where the sound had just come from. Young Hae-sun stood shyly and softly asked again, "Are you right?" "No, Mr. Yong-ho." So they both went to the swing in the nearby park to talk to each other. Seeing Park Yong-ho again, Young Hae-sun was extremely happy. At this time, Park Yong-ho asked Young Hae-sun, "Why are you going alone at this hour? It's very dangerous." Hae-sun said that because she couldn't sleep, she went out, walk. She also asked how Park Yong-ho's life is these days. "Is life good?" "No." She blamed why she called Park Yong-ho so many times but he didn't answer the phone, so as not to make Hae-sun worried and sad. At that time, Park Yong-ho smiled brightly and said, "I'm alive. It's okay, I'm just too busy to answer the phone." However, Park Yong-ho's words were discovered by Hae-sun, because the two lived together since they were adults. So Park Yong-ho's personality is like Hae-sun knew very well what he was doing, or what his tone was. She said angrily to Park Yong-ho, "You're too rude. Looking at your face I can tell you're not living a good life. But coming here reminds me so much about the past. When we were kids, we used to sit on the swing here." Hearing that, Park Yong-ho also told a few memories of him and the kids in a loving home. "And I didn't have time to play. They were always pushing us on the swing, pushing us both at the same time. And then we both recalled memories of when we were children." Park Yong-ho told all these stories. Hae-sun did the same. She also told every detail about the memories she had with Park Yong-ho and her younger siblings here. The more she told, the more enthusiastic she became. It had been a long time since Park Yong-ho had smiled as brightly as he did now. He had forgotten about it. Now, his mind is not filled with the past with Hae-sun and his younger siblings at the loving home, talking happily when suddenly Hae-sun spoke up and said, "This guy." Park Yong-ho is once again frozen, her mind filled with questions. Hae-sun hesitantly asked Park Yong-ho, "Why don't you go back to your home anymore? Can we live together like before?" Hae-sun's question made to express his gratitude to Park Yong-ho. He lowered his head absent-mindedly thinking, then suddenly stood up and quickly said, "Thank you Hae-sun, but you've gone too far. Maybe you won't come back for a while. Okay, take care of the kids carefully. Don't worry about me. Go to bed early." Hae-sun was extremely frightened when she heard some strange words from Park Yong-ho, even though she did not fully understand the meaning of that sentence. But inside she felt confused when she had to witness the boy she always considered a hero in her heart. "Park Yong-ho, leave." Hae-sun choked up with tears. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" It was as if this was the last time we would see each other. The next night, in the parking lot of a certain area, Park Yong-ho was carrying out the mission that Gong Jinsub assigned him. He put gasoline on the motorbike. Everything seemed to go very smoothly. No one discovered his actions. He pulled his mask to look closely at the surroundings and then thought to himself, "Good, everything is happening. Things are going according to plan. Calm down. Gong Jinsub is right. There are no cameras in this parking lot. There aren't many cars. Probably no one will come at this hour." He threw the gas tank down after pouring enough dose into the car. The lighter was lit. Everything was easy. He stared at the fire from the lighter. This was the only way for him to survive. Suddenly at this moment his whole sky of memories flashed back to when he was a child. He had to face the world alone without his parents. The first thing he learned was the things small that people have, but he himself does not have. Simple joy, small happiness. desire to have a warm family like other children in society. That never came easily to him. He blamed the world he was born into, as if the strong were bullying the weak and he was the weak one. That's right, since he was a child Park Yong-ho has always was bullied and beaten by other children. 4 or 5 of them brutally beat him together. Park Yong-ho always tells his teacher about the grievances in class. He always wants to protect himself. But he can't, because the teacher is always biased and towards children with complete families. Which is also true. That's the reason why Park Yong-ho was beaten, but there was no intervention from the school. I'm really curious. On what basis do you dare to fight us? An orphan without a father. Moms like you. Let me teach you a lesson that you will never forget. Park Yong-ho, it's all because of you. So from now on you have to know your fate a little bit. Said then that guy picked up the steel bar next to him. With one hand he grabbed Park Yong-ho's head. With the other hand he was about to use that steel bar to cut Park Yong-ho's face open. At that time Park Yong-ho was very scared. He was trembling with fear. Tears were falling from his eyelids. But the door suddenly opened. The appearance of a person told Park Yong-ho to escape the scary scene before him. Hearing the sound, the whole group of them also cried, startled, and looked towards the door. A gang wearing cool black vests was standing outside and said, "Hey, who are you, you brats? Do you know whose territory this is? Don't dare to cause trouble like that." The hairpicker heard some crazy threats that made him angry. The most angry thing was from the brat. For him it was an insult that he could not ignore. Okay, but when he was about to move towards the group of people wearing black suits, then quickly, a young man in the group rushed in front of him. Before he could finish his sentence, the man in the black vest grabbed his head to the ground very hard. Perhaps at this moment the hairpicker realized he had messed with the wrong person. Now he is bruised and worn out and is being asked by the black vest guy with a fierce face. This guy is really dishonest. Dare to act in Gang Un's territory. When the guys in the same group as the hairpicker in the back heard about Gang Un, they were extremely scared. Now they would pee their pants and not be able to stand here anymore. Even Park Yong-ho was stunned at that time, when he learned that this was the Gang Un. In endless despair, Park Yong-ho also realized a truth. That if he wants to survive in this society, he must become strong. Looking at the scene of the black vest man behaving well against the people who had just bullied him, his heart became angry. Vaguely, he also wanted to have that kind of prestige and power. Outside, a gang boss got out of the car. He asked his juniors inside the warehouse why they were making so much noise. Then he was told by a junior in the group that this area was not managed well by him, and his juniors were cleaning up some moss shrimps in the street. Right after that, the boss told his subordinates and called the manager of this area to meet him privately. The words seemed simple, but they were enough to make the other juniors bow their heads in fear. And now the boss was walking past Park Yong-ho. Looking at that bravery and majesty made Park Yong-ho think of a legend. An earth-shattering force, like a line of gods. From that day on, Park Yong-ho also began to make up his mind. He will stand at the top of the food chain so that no one will swallow him half. He wants himself to be like this boss. Just speak up, sing a whistle and call the wind to the wind. Because so, Park Yong-ho now has a dragon tattoo on his chest. His body is tattooed because of this. He wants to become stronger and cooler in the eyes of the scum in society. And now he has no other choice. If he wants to become strong, wants to join the Heavenly Wind Gang, become a junior under Gang Un, then he must quickly burn this motorbike. Thinking for a while, Yong-ho had nothing to hesitate anymore. He reached back, intending to end this mission here and complete it excellently. However, the moment he was about to do it, a shout of stopping suddenly rang out. Park Yong-ho was startled and looked back. Then out of nowhere, a bucket of water was thrown straight at his face. So much of his effort has gone down the drain. Looking at the person holding a bucket and throwing water on his face, Park Yong-ho couldn't help but be surprised. He hesitantly exclaimed, "How did you get here?" And that character was none other than our uncle Soou. I don't know why Soou is here, but Sou's recent actions helped Park Yong-ho escape one of his crimes. If you do the same, I will make you all wet.